Good evening. Recording has begun. This is the April 2nd, 2025 regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 4:07 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Chair Yankee, that completes my announcements.
Okay, let's get started with item number one then.
Item number one, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes.
Go ahead and call the roll.
Chair Yankee, we have been informed that Member Wolf will be joining us very shortly.
Okay, and I've been told that member Pilpel will not be joining us today, so. Go ahead and call the roll.
Calling the roll. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt, present. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood, present. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman, present. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Anderson, present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland, present. Member Pilpel. Member Pilpel, absent. Vice Chair, Member Wolf. Member Wolf, absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Present.
Vice Chair Stein, present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee, present. 3 absences.
Okay, so we do have a quorum, and Administrator Peterson, just to verify for the record, all members present have completed all the necessary trainings by the deadline. Is that correct?
Yes, all members present have completed their Form 700s, their ethics training, and their sunshine training for calendar year 2024 by the April 1 deadline.
Excellent. Okay, and are there any agenda changes that we should be aware of?
There are no changes that we are aware of.
Okay, members, does anyone have any agenda changes? Not seen any hands. Let's just open that up to public comment in case there's any comment on that. This is just public comment for item number one.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 1, if you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you are in the online community and you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one online with their hand raised and no one in the room at the podium.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting of February 5, 2025.
Okay, do we have any edits or a motion to approve the meeting minutes here? This is just the February 5th meeting minutes.
I will make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Stein to approve the minutes. Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
Seconded by Member Anderson. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Anyone wishing to make a public comment on item 2, if you're in the room, please approach the podium. In the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment and take a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote, Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf. Member Wolf, absent. 3 absences.
You didn't call me?
And Christine Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 ayes, 3 absent.
Okay, so that motion is approved. The meetings are adopted. Meeting minutes are adopted. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting of March 5, 2025.
Okay, any edits to these minutes? I think these were posted in time, so everyone should have had the opportunity to submit edits if need be. So if there's no further edits, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, moved by member Anderson to approve the meeting minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by member Sugarman. Let's open up to public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 3, if you're in the room, please approach the podium. Online community, raise your hand in the app or press *3, please. We have no public comment.
Okay, we'll close public comment and move to a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 3, Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf. Member Wolf, absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 3 absent. 7 ayes.
Okay, the meeting minutes are approved.
Just point of order.
Yes.
Could our administrator not go through all the people here and then say so-and-so, so-and-so, and so to noted absence? 7 ayes, 3 absence. I'm just trying to make it more efficient. Can you not just read through all the people that are here and then observe that member Pilpel, member Wolf, member Kumar noted absence without having to call the roll? I mean, if it helps you. Or you've got your system down, that's fine too. I don't-
Either way that you prefer, Pat works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as we don't mess up the vote total. That's what counts. Okay, moving on to item number 4.
Item number 4, approval of the orders of determination. File number 25004, Gabriel Greschler against the Human Rights Commission, request number 24-5534. File number 25006, Mark LaCroix against the San Francisco Fire Commission. File 25007, Gabriel Greschler against the Human Rights Commission, request number 245723. File 25009, Liza Morosky against the Behavioral Health Commission. And lastly, file 25014, Anne Marie against the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco.
Okay, any edits to the orders of determination? I do have one. Administrator Peterson on the last one, 25014. Looks like quite a bit of the motions that we were making actually on the other file that was part of the consent agenda was included in this OD. So I think we can actually remove everything except the final action, the one that starts with action moved by member Stein. It should say Vice Chair Stein, seconded by member Wolf, to find that these are public meetings, because I believe that's the only motion that actually related to 25014. And the other one's related to 250, I think it was 12 that was on there. So we don't even include all the 25012 ones on this one because they were severed.
Thank you.
So it should just be the ones that are related to 25014, which I think is just the last one.
Final action.
Yeah, I think it was just the final one.
So noted. And member Kumar is present at 4:16 p.m.
And that was the only edit I had. Any other edits? Not, do we have a motion?
Here's a tiny thing, just on
Right.
page 1, you need a space between against and Human Rights Commission.
Oh.
There's just
I'm sorry, space where?
the very first order of determination on the first line, you need a space between against and Human Rights Commission.
Was there a motion?
Not yet. Anyone else for edits? If not, do we have a motion to approve with those edits?
So moved.
Okay, moved by member Anderson to approve with the edits. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by member Sugarman. And when you're ready, let's open that up to public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item number 4, please approach the podium. If you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and take a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 4, Member Anderson. Member Anderson, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar.
Okay, if you step out there for just a second, we'll say that you're absent.
You can go out that door.
You can go, I just got there. Yep.
Member Kumar, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf, absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absent. 3 absent.
Okay.
I can get her.
Okay, so for the record, Administrator Peterson will actually make it that member Kumar was present at 4:19 PM.
Member Kumar present at 4:19 PM.
So instead of 4:16, make it 4:19. Okay. And when you're ready, let's go on to item number 5.
Item number 5, Chair's Report. The Chair will provide an oral report on the following topics: communication with commissioners of the Ethics Commission, with commissioners of the Ethics Commission regarding the handling of ethics complaint file number 24-818. Discussions with Ethics Commission staff regarding enforcement referrals from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Communications with the Office of the Mayor regarding the ex officio seat reserved for the mayor or their designee. And lastly, update on the vacancy for Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Seat 10.
Okay, so there was a lot that went on since our last meeting, so I figured it'd just be easier to kind of give a quick update on these points. So there was a motion, I believe, by member Schmidt for regarding our ethics complaint that was dismissed. And so you can see the email that I wrote based on that motion that was unanimously approved to the Ethics Commission. In response to that, I received correspondence from BC Matthews, who is the Director of Enforcement for the Ethics Commission, asking to meet to discuss the task force concerns. So I set up a meeting that I had with both her and Jeffrey Zumwalt, who I believe is a senior investigator with the Ethics Commission. I would say the majority, or at least I tried to focus, are our concerns on 2 main points. And the first point is that willful violation seems to have a rather ambiguous or undetermined definition as far as the Ethics Commission is concerned. The feedback I received from BC Matthews was that it's, I believe she used a very high bar to meet, which doesn't, like, mean that many of our, if any of our referrals, if we refer them under 6734, will be successful. The other thing that we discussed is the process by which the complaints are handled. So if we send over something under 6734, when that's a willful violation, it goes to the staff of the Ethics Commission. If they decide to dismiss it, basically they feel that it's not within the Ethics Commission's jurisdiction or that it doesn't meet the standards of a willful violation, essentially it's dead at that point. It never makes its way to the actual ethics commissioners for like final ratification or something like that, which is different when we do things like consent, where obviously if the committee handles it, we still as a full task force see it. That never happens. The only time that complaints get put before the ethics commissioners is if we make a referral under, I think it's 6730. It's the ones that are the non-willful violations, which seems kind of odd because it would seem that the more important ones in our eyes would be the 6734, yet those are the ones that do not make it to the Ethics Commission. So I expressed that I think that, and if anyone has differing opinions, but I think we were kind of all on the same page that we think that if we're referring something over for 6734, that we believe it deserves the attention of the actual appointed ethics commissioners. And digging back, I did some research, and I may have mentioned it before. There were some enforcement regulations that were promulgated back, and I think the last time was 2014 on this. And what goes to the ethics commissioners themselves versus just the staff is all just internally. The ethics commission themselves makes a process similar to our complaint procedures, right? It's not in the charter that this is the way it has to go. And so I expressed that this is something I think that we would like to see changed, because we feel that these are important items that need the attention of the ethics commissioners. They've said that they are currently undergoing a revision of their enforcement regulations, so that now is actually a good time for them to investigate changing it to give us a pathway to, have our cases be heard before the ethics commissioners. I was told that she was going to talk with other staff in the ethics commission and would get back to me. So that's kind of where those discussions are. So I don't know if anyone had any questions for me on that or had any other input that you'd like me to share. So I'm going to open it up on that. Go ahead.
Can you just clarify, you said 67 point, if we refer something over on a 67.30 non-willful violation, are you saying that would definitely go through the commission, or that's just more likely?
No, that actually would. That would have what they called a show cause hearing that would go to right before the ethics commission themselves. And they would, just like we hear complaints in our meetings, would be heard before the ethics commission in a public meeting. Whereas the willful ones are essentially all done administratively. And the only time it would go before the ethics commissioners is if we get like a favorable agreement from their staff that, yes, we think that there is a willful violation. Then it would go before the ethics commissioners. But if they decide it's like a no violation on a willful, then it stops right there.
I have
Go ahead.
They said there was a very high bar for that.
They said very-
Found a, willful violation, or what is their bar?
That was what I said. They didn't seem to be able to define that. And I think you could see my follow-up email included in the packet. I think we had kind of a good discussion on that. And we felt that if we multiple times say that, to a department head that, there's a problem here, we need your help in fixing it. And they, decide not to help with that, that was kind of, we felt that met the threshold of a willful violation, or certainly something that, should be investigated further. They didn't give me a specific definition, but obviously didn't seem to agree with that definition because we got our, referral dismissed. So,
yeah.
right.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question as our co-chair Stein, but how can they not tell us anything? Otherwise, we'll never know. Is stomping a puppy a willful violation, or is just yanking on his leash?
Right.
Make up
No,
your mind what you-
exactly. And I said, are we looking for like, like Watergate level, you got the smoking gun secret tapes here, like we have, a tape of a city official saying, I hate the Sunshine Ordinance and I'm not gonna follow it. I said, what's the threshold? And they said, well, we can't give you a hypothetical. So I don't, it's kind of like, we'll know it when we see it, but because they dismiss them behind closed doors as a staff action, we never know. And then they say that those materials are confidential. So it seems like we're never gonna, no one's gonna learn from this process is I think part of the problem.
Yeah.
So you're saying that what we can submit to them is essentially, this feels like passive versus active, where we're saying the work is not being done, and so we're sending it to you. We're not saying so-and-so didn't do the work. It's like we can tell them departments are not responding to what we are asking for, but we can't say this person is to blame.
Well, we can't.
But they don't want to hear it.
We can send a willful violation.
No, what I'm saying is if we want anything to happen, we need to present it as the work isn't getting done. What do you think?
If we, under the current enforcement regulations, if we want the actual ethics commissioners to hear it, we would have to refer it over under, as basically not use 6734.
Right.
And do it under the, I'm trying to see the specific provision here. It's the one that says referring for enforcement action.
Right.
It would be-
Essentially, they are not complying with our order.
Yes.
Or the department is not complying with our order. Would you look at this?
Yes.
But we can't blame a specific person for it.
We could only blame department heads for 6734, but like I said,
Right.
that won't necessarily get, under the current ones, get in front of the ethics commission.
Okay, so we submit it under the one that they're willing to look
Right.
at.
So I actually have one that's pending and
Uh-huh.
I'm holding it to see how this plays out so that we don't go down another, rabbit hole. So now that it sounds like that's the plan, we had a second one we did do under that track for I believe it was related to the security or the license plate readers. And the police chief wrote back and said, we're not going to follow the order. And so I'm gonna refer that one over specifically, not as a willful, because that's what we voted.
Right, you're saying the order is not being complied with.
Right.
Without saying he
You said-
refused to comply with the order.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
It's not saying he willfully didn't, just say
Right.
they didn't comply.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes. I was told that we get a show cause hearing, but nonetheless, I think we still need to figure out the willful portion, because I think there are some level, we've discussed this before, where there are some concerns that seem even beyond maybe a difference of opinion, which I think the police one was, where
Right.
we said, we think the law says this, and they say, no, we understand that, but we think we have security concerns, so we're still going to say no.
Right.
Right, and that's kind of where that one was. I mean, there may be instances, I think, that there may really be what we feel is a willful violation, and obviously we felt it in that, and we felt it in the Mayor Breed one, which I don't believe you've received any response back on that one yet.
No.
And so I think there's going to be times that we do want to have those heard
Yeah.
before the ethics commission. So I mean, unless anyone has any objections, I'm going to keep pressing for, I think these are, things that if we're going to take our time here and hold, and before we do 6734, we often hold multiple hearings on it. We invest a lot of our time in it. And I think if we're going to invest that amount of time, I think asking for a short hearing before the ethics commissioners is a very reasonable ask on our part.
Did they give you any indication that if they heard it under 6730, that they would, in their investigation, find that it was a willful disobedience to the order?
I don't think that they would investigate a willful component to it if we don't send it over for that. They would just look to see whether or not our OD was complied with, not if it was willfully or non-willful. I think by default, it would be considered non-willful.
Non-willful.
The unfortunate thing is, if we send over something for willful, and perhaps they say, okay, we see there's a violation, we see the OD was complied with, but maybe it's not, maybe we see it as a non-willful versus a willful. They won't convert a willful to a non-willful. They'll just close the willful and be done with it, right? So it's not like I can, for instance, in the police one we sent over with the police chief, they did not look at it and say, okay, we don't see the threshold for willful, but we do see that the order wasn't complied with, so we'll send it to the ethics commission as a non-willful, just, enforcement. They won't do that. They just say you didn't meet the threshold for willful, done, dismissed. So I suppose if we wanted to, we could reopen that and resend it as a non-willful.
Why don't we and see what happens? It's a
So
good
we
test
could do
case.
that.
Oh, yeah.
Member Schmidt, then Vice Chair Stein.
Yes, and I wanted to say thank you, Chair. It looks like you put a lot of effort in this month on this issue. And also, it seems like there's something that we are picking up that might advance how we deal with these kind of things. I would say one way in the resending, which was the last point you were making, I think one of the ways we could sort of like characterize that is to say, look, we would have fairly assumed that if we're sending you something where we say it's a willful violation, then we're also actually saying there's a violation, because violation is always going to be included. But since you only treat it as a 34 and you choose not to do your 6730 inquiry, we're sending this one back. The second thing on that point is, yeah, one thing we would then learn, and maybe we always do in the future, is anytime there's a 6734, we just say, and also, by the way, so yeah, there's basically two tracks. And I think the 6730 track seems to be kind of a ignored option here, which, I understand why, maybe because it never really turned into anything in the past. But on the other hand, maybe since you've got this good conversation going and they're looking at new rules, maybe we work with them and 6730 would sort of like spring to life somewhat. I'm going to make two more points, and I'm sorry I'm going on so long, but I kind of had some very significant things, I think. One is that I think we should brief them whenever we send 6734 over on what a willful violation is. And the place I would start is there's a civil jury instruction in California that defines willful. It's not it's not about this. It's about a certain kind of penalty and a violation that leads to a penalty. But I think it is based on general law, and it's basically, I could write up whatever we send subject to people's approval, because it doesn't look like it's going to be a real challenge. But basically, the law in California seems to say willful means you knew of your legal obligation and you intentionally declined to follow it. It's not willful if what you did was reasonable and in good faith. If you reasonably in good faith believe that the facts did not require that you act a certain way. So that's kind of the way it plays out, I think. That's what willful really means, probably generally in California law. And I don't know, that to me is not necessarily a really, really high bar in my experience. The last thing is, it might be that anytime we here decide that we're going to send something over to ethics, I'm not sure if their bylaws contemplate that they're going to get something from us specifically. I know we've been sending them a letter with exhibits, et cetera, and that might be perfect, et cetera, et cetera. I see the language again, order of determination, and I wonder if they somehow think that they're going to get something like findings of fact, conclusions of law, that kind of thing. And if they don't get it, maybe they reject what we're sending them over. But that's one thing we want to see is, are they looking for something like that, that we're not giving them on matters that we send over? That's all. Thank you.
I can answer that real quickly because we did touch on that a little bit.
Okay.
They said for something to be sent over for a 6730, they need an order of determination. They didn't say specifically what needs to be in there. I think our orders are pretty clear. I think, that when we attach them, they say, this is what the person must do. I don't think there's any language I could find about findings of fact and legal, all that. I think the letters we've been sending have been probably much more comprehensive than even something on that standard.
Okay.
What I tried to explain in this particular one is that if you recall, the way this went is that we had an OD and we said you need to turn these records over. And then they came back and basically came up with a new reason why they couldn't turn the records over. That was totally, because at first it was essentially we couldn't find the records, right? They're in a warehouse somewhere. It's going to take us months, if not years, to find these. And we said that's not acceptable. You have an obligation to timely turn these over. We issued an OD, right? And a couple months went by. They found the boxes, right? And then it sounds like right before the boxes of documents were going to be turned over, they came up with an entirely new reason, which was now there's a police investigation that we just found out about that's going to block us to turn these over, right? And so we said, well, we don't know whether or not that's a valid excuse or not. You need to answer a series of questions. And they then switched people, and we never got an answer to that. So we essentially never issued a new OD based on their new reason for not sending it over. And what I tried to explain to the ethics staff is that, well, we didn't have an OD to send over because that was part of the problem. They wouldn't even cooperate with our investigation to get us to a place where we could issue what we felt was a defensible OD, that if we went before the ethics commission, that we could say, look, we now think they need to turn these over because A, B, and C. We don't even have the answers to our questions because they essentially just stopped cooperating with us in the process. And we said, after giving them 7 times on our agenda, we said, this is, someone needs to figure this out so we're not wasting more and more time on it. They didn't have a really good answer for that. I said, so that's why, basically, I forget who mentioned, maybe should we turn this over as a 6730? If we do that, and back up just a little bit, if we make that action, that actually have to be agendized at a separate, the next meeting. But if that's something we're going to do, we would then need to, I think, perhaps make a new OD to go along with that, to your point. Because we could try sending the old OD over, but I know what's going to happen. If we send the old OD over, they're going to say, okay, that was based on finding the boxes. Now we're asserting some type of police investigation thing, and we don't have an answer for that.
I have a question. If
Go ahead.
we were to do that, would you agendize it as consider making a new OD and then notifying the petitioner and respondent, but not requiring them to attend?
We could do that.
Yeah.
And we could discuss maybe what the OD is. I mean, it might not be that we can have that discussion.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too much into the
Right.
detail with this since it's not an agenda item, but it sounds like everyone kind of wants that. So I will make a note to myself to put that file on our next agenda, and then we can have those discussions about how we want that OD to look.
Mhm.
And I think you were next.
Yeah, I also want to commend the chair for doing this work of trying to get them to specify what their processes are and how they define things. I think that's really critical since we have pretty limited tools for how we deal with issues of non-compliance. And I also think we've kind of, I know we've been very conservative about taking things forward because we see that oftentimes not a lot happens when we take things forward. But the more I kind of look at it, and the more I feel like compliance is kind of a black box for us. And I would still like to have a record that when there was not compliance and we forward it, maybe then nothing happened, but that might also be something that's part of our annual report so that we can begin to think about how do we tighten up compliance, or what is the consequence for non-compliant, or do we at least publicize that here are all the cases where there was non-compliance so that there's a record of it. So I would definitely be for, if we can't get clarification from them or until we get clarification from them, I would definitely be for having some kind of inclusive language which says we found a 6730 violation. I mean, always find that 6730 violation, and in some cases also the 6734, and just have that as a kind of boilerplate language that we use to make sure that these instances of non-compliance get some attention paid to them. Even if the result is that we find nothing is done. I mean, I would also hope that we find a very streamlined boilerplate way to do it so that it doesn't take inordinate amounts of time, on the part of the chair or whoever is doing it. But I do think that it's just been a kind of omission in those kind of powers that we have as a task force to really kind of track what's happening with compliance and to publicize if there isn't compliance.
I think those are great suggestions. And to your point, I believe the streamlining task force, what they're looking at also is not just which boards and commissions should or should not exist, but are each board and commission empowered to do what it is they need to do. And so to your point, if this enforcement thing maybe is broken, maybe this is something we could take to them and say, look, this is wasting city time. Maybe we need to have more enforcement powers, or maybe it needs to be a different entity that does. And so having that track record, we're showing that this isn't working. I think you're absolutely right. It's good to have that record so we can show that. And maybe they can help us, if not written into perhaps the amendments that we're working on. I think there's a variety of ways to approach that. But having that evidence, I think, is going to be helpful. Anything more on this? If not, I'll get to my last bullet points. Okay. All right. So we're going to leave with this. I will bring that file back for further discussion in our next meeting. All right. So the next one is I also reached out to the office of the mayor about our ex officio seat, which I believe has not been filled by the mayor or their designee since perhaps when Gavin Newsom was mayor. So we're talking a long time. And so then I had a meeting on Monday with the staff member in the mayor's office who is in charge of coordinating the appointment process for the mayor's office. And they actually seem very, very receptive on filling this. And so I know that there's a series of steps they have to take that they do in the mayor's office to consider who it is that's going to get appointed and so forth. But it sounds like, crossing my fingers, that by our next meeting, we may very well have a mayoral appointee sitting with us. So that's good news. I think having that line of communication, I tried to explain that in my letter to them. And then when I had the time to briefly chat with them, that the mayor actually has a very important role in the Sunshine Ordinance. So even though it's a non-voting seat, having that person work as a liaison. So I think a lot of discussions that we have talks about it would be nice if the mayor did this, and the mayor hopefully could nudge the department this way. Have that person be a go-between, I think would be a real benefit to us, and having them actually be part of our discussions and then informing us as well. I mean, maybe there are things from the mayor's perspective about why things are done that we just don't know about because there's no one here from the mayor to give that point of view. So I think it's mutually beneficial. So that's where that one stands. And then the last one is our seat 10 vacancy, which has been vacant since Member Hill resigned. I think it was February or March of last year. The Rules Committee, I know, had a series of hearings, and I believe at the last one, they finally settled on a candidate for that. America Sanchez, who's currently a Human Rights Commissioner, is who they recommended to the full board. The board is on recess this week, though, so it didn't go on Tuesday. It'll go, I believe, assuming normally things go at the next scheduled board meeting, it'll go on the 8th of April. If the full board adopts that recommendation, then the new member would obviously start in May too. So we would have that seat filled as well. So that's all I had. I think I tried to do my best to include all the communications so that everyone knows what's going on and it's transparent to members of the public and all of you. So if you have any questions, that's it. That's all I have.
Very good.
Okay, let's go ahead and take public comment on that and then we'll move on.
Hello, good evening.
Would you project a moment?
You
Thank
can
you.
stay there. You stay there. She just needs to set the clock. You can come out.
Good evening, Commission.
Wait, 3 minutes?
3 minutes, yep.
You'll have 3 minutes. Your time begins now.
Okay. Good evening, Commission, and this is my first time here. I too had the chance to go over and speak briefly with the Commission, Ethics Commission, and didn't have a chance before that to go through everything that they do, but I gave them explanation of some things that I was concerned about. And they smiled and said, no, we don't cover that. We mainly cover financial related things. So I said, okay.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
They looked at me and said, well, we don't cover that. And they were smiling. And I said, oh, okay. Well, that means I need to go back and read and figure out what you actually do. So it was nice to hear you chairs go through what your experience was, because I need to now follow up on my experience. But the sense that I got, if they were correct in only covering financial related matters, is that the scope is too narrow. If I think about the signal that what you described, if everyone else in the city knows about it, it really is a pass to be able to do almost whatever you want, right? Because the bar is high, as someone said, or it's ambiguous, as someone else has said. So with all these tripwires surrounding the Ethics Commission, it seems like there's not a real strong signal to do the right thing when you know what you should be doing. That California court provision that the member Schmidt was talking about, CACI, they call it CACI. I happen to have read it a few months ago, and he's right on point. And I just think the scope is a little bit too narrow. And so one last thing I wanted to bring up, and correct me if I'm wrong, the city attorney's office prepares the training for the task force here, right? But I think also, if I'm not wrong, that the Ethics Commission, there's a CAO connection there as well. Is anyone familiar with the CAO working with that office?
30 seconds.
If that's the case, then there's overlap. And so this coordination piece that guys were talking about, between task force and ethics, if the CAO's office is the common denominator, then sounds like a recipe for getting together one day and going through everything with staff and everyone there and just working it all out.
Thank you for your comments. And yes, there is a sunshine and an ethics training, 2 separate trainings that we need to go through.
And would you like to share your name with the task force?
Sure. Stacy Smith.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other public commenters on item number 5?
We have no one approaching the podium, no hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment on item number 5. And since it's before 5 o'clock, we will move on to item number 6.
Item number 6, Administrator's Report. Discussion and action on the task force and committee tentative hearing schedule with potential adjustments, complaints and hearing requests, and overview of what has happened since the last meeting, pending petitions and complaints, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force member attendance, the status, once again, of the 2025 Form 700 filings and mandatory sunshine and ethics trainings, and any communications received by the task force since the last meeting.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the first part, the upcoming hearing schedule. Does anyone see any potential conflicts or any dates need adjusted?
Yeah, well, it doesn't need to be adjusted, but I will be attending a conference on June 4th and will not be able to attend
Okay,
that meeting.
June 4th. Okay. Is everyone else pretty much good for June 4th? We'll should have quorum. Cross our fingers, we'll have our new member then too, so it'll be fine. Okay. Anything else for upcoming hearings? Looks good. Okay. Second part there, Administrator Peterson, you're
6 new matters received.
Yep.
One of them is on the agenda for tonight. Second one, 25020, is in the process of being resolved through conversations with the department. The remaining 4 items are either under review or we will be requesting supporting documentation in order to understand whether the file is right.
okay.
Item 3 is a tally of the current distribution of cases. Are there any questions?
One quick question, well, a comment then a question. The comment is, and I should have probably made this earlier during the first part, but I can make it now since it deals with complaints and where they are. There was a technical error with the EOT committee. Essentially the WebEx link, because they flip-flopped the complaint and EOT, and when they changed the meetings, apparently the WebEx link didn't change. And so they had basically shut the meeting down. So everything that was sent to go to EOT didn't get to EOT. So I did my best to put anything that was timely on this agenda. So you will see as we move through the agenda, while we have two of the Justin Barker versus the zoo items, those were items that were going to be heard by EOT. So we're going to hear those kind of as an enforcement capacity that didn't get to go through EOT. And you'll also see that there's a few complaints that we're hearing that didn't make its way to EOT. These were ones that were on EOT. But I wanted to be very respectful of the 45-day deadline. And if we push these back, we've been blown past the 45 days. And so I put them on here. So we're unfortunately going to have to hear them without the benefit of them going through committee first. But since there's only 3 full hearings on this one, the other 3 are essentially enforcement or picking up where we left off type hearings, I think we'll be okay. So that's the comment. The question I had for you, Administrator Peterson, was it looks like we still have several old Carnesi's files, and I thought we were going to start to get those scheduled in March. So my question is are we struggling with the petitioner to get those scheduled, since I believe he committed to starting to have them heard again?
We've had 2 iterations of conversations clarifying that we have responded to his requests and his concerns about being able to schedule meetings, and we are now awaiting a response from him about whether or not to move forward. And if we do not hear at the time that we are noticing the next round of meetings, we will be calendaring it for the closure after 6 months.
Okay, yeah, because we actually hit that 6 months, I think, before, and then at the last minute, he made a commitment to actually start having them heard, which is why I pulled that off the agenda before we finalized it. But it doesn't seem like we're in a place where we've had any progress on that. So I think if we really don't get those, rolling and before committees, we should move forward with putting that on the agenda. All right, that's all I had.
Thank you. On item 4 with attendance, I think I now have the 12 months of regular meetings captured. If there are any corrections, please do let me know. All right, then, item 5, as reported in item 1 on the required filing of a Form 700 California Statement of Economic Interest, Form 700, and a mandatory sunshine and ethics training requirement required by task force members every April 1st. All sitting members and absent members have completed their filings, and they were completed on time by the April 1 deadline. I'd like to remind you that the Ethics Commission does conduct trainings and provide materials about what has to be reported. I urge you to take a glance, refresh your memory about what has to be reported. The reporting requirements can change every year, and I urge you all not to over-report. The last item is communications, 2 items received by the task force since the last task force meeting. None of them related directly to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, but reported here because they were received in our main mailbox. Are there any questions?
I have a question regarding, so we did the sunshine training. I like that guy who does the sunshine training. I think he's very good. With the, I think it was with the ethics training, and now I can't remember. One of them, we had to do quizzes on both, and one of them asked for feedback afterwards, and the other one didn't. And it was the one that didn't. I thought there were 2 questions that were ambiguous. Do you have a recommendation for how to get back to them? And I would just like to say, I'd like to see your questions, because I thought 2 of the answers that you said were correct or incorrect were ambiguous.
This is Member Highland here.
Yes.
we have a file open. We are talking to them. Since they just did this, we're going to kind of
It's them.
them is the Ethics Commission, as well as the people that prepared the Sunshine training videos.
Mhm.
The name escapes me right now, but I drilled down and find out who it was that okays that, refreshes that, puts the questions on. So I have that contact,
Okay.
and I think they just did it for the last round. So I'm going to strike while the iron's hot in about 5-6 months, open it, bring it to the full task force, and then we'll table our concerns then as an EOTC thing to work with them, because technically we're supposed to be consulted. We never have been in
Right.
20 years. So that's something that is near and dear to Member Pilpel's heart, and that we're gonna try and push through on the EOTC side, but probably not for another 3-4 months.
Okay. I'll be patient.
Yes, but keep your notes, and
Well, I didn't take notes because I couldn't go back to it after I submitted it. And I thought they were going to ask a survey question. And I thought, oh, I'll let them know. And then there was no opportunity.
yeah, for the record, I answered it, said wrong, like, no, that's wrong.
I know.
Yeah.
I two of them. I said, that's not right. It's yeah.
Towards the end, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I agree. So, yeah, we have our opinions, and we'll.
Yeah. Or they're like, it's wrong. And then the correct answer is, this is correct, except I'm like, well, then it's not correct if there's an except. So
I think I got that one wrong too.
we're all in agreement.
Exactly. Yep. So it's being watched, and I'll bring it back when it's more timely.
And that's part of that's new, right? Like there was a different module.
Change a little bit from year to year.
No, it was a very different. There was one that was like it had a quiz, but it was a completely different like format than what it looked like now.
Yeah, hadn't seen that Sunshine quiz before. All those I think look totally new to me.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. They refresh them every 3-4 years. They've just done it. That's what we saw.
Yeah.
So are they open to hearing about it right now, having just done it? No. So maybe we can get them to change it in time for next year. It's kind of, it's a timing thing, I think. So yeah, but keep notes, last 2 questions noted, and anything else that we think is important. One of the things I didn't like was the city body can declare that it's this, that, and the other, and recategorize it as not an IDR. It's giving them the control over that. That's not how it's written. That's not the intent. And a lot of departments have, been using that, I think, a little more than what the spirit of the law intended. So.
I think we should keep account of anything that we see in those videos that we disagree with. I totally agree. And I think, this should be right within the scope of this task force, this commission. And it might even be that we construct a letter objecting to certain aspects where we just tell them, look, we're supposed to have this role, and based on that, we're going to tell you that we don't think you're doing it right. And they'll do whatever they want to do with it, but at least it puts it out there that we're watching. And so I think it's within our power, and definitely encourage. I know it's an education matter, not a complaints matter. Anything that we can do about that.
But if we're complaining about their education, then it's also complaints matter, isn't it? No, I'm just kidding. So I think I think what I might do is I might bring this to the full task force as an agenda item, maybe in the next meeting or two. So it's on the record. We can start listing some of the things. And I think we should look closely at the Sunshine Task Force may assist, shall assist in the creation of the training videos. We need to look at that language carefully. And then based on that, what I was planning to do was actually invite them to EOTC, the person that actually was the last person, and who knows, by this time next year, maybe it's someone else who's assigned it. We don't know, right? So rather than do all this legwork now, so try and get an idea of who has the finger on the button of the training videos, invite them in, talk about, our thoughts, concerns, how easy is it to technically do that? Do we have the time? Do they have the budget? Whatever. And then start this conversation. and hopefully get, a couple of little things changed in. But be careful what you ask for. We don't want the whole baby in the bathwater transfer over to us either, because then I'll make sure it's a complaints issue and not a education issue. Mark my words. Anyway,
But-
so yeah,
I'll still complain.
you'll always.
That's what I do.
You're the chair of complaining. Exactly. No. So that's kind of where that's what inroads that we've made so far. But I like to start with an invitation rather than a complaint, and then we'll bring you in. You can do all the complaining you want. So, no, but that's kind of where things are.
Outstanding.
So Member Highland, if you want anything to appear on next agenda for the full task force, just let me know what you want that wording to be.
Yeah, probably not the next, but the one after. I mean,
One after,
I think we have.
like,
I just want to. I want the timing to be. I want the person we invite to be there. Towards the end of.
Would it be premature to ask if we could get links to, and they might not be in that system, but links to the videos and to and copies of the quizzes, or do you think that is for down the line?
I can start that questionnaire. Yeah, because that will then tell me who's sending it to me,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, and find out. Sure. But I will get something rolling up that we can all, and it'd be nice to even almost have like an open document where we're all putting our thoughts in, collating it, and then we can succinctly say 3 or 4 things that we think we feel strongly enough about. And if we present it that way, they'll say, okay, yeah, we'll incorporate it. There we go. That's where I'm hoping to get to. But I'm still finding out who's on first, who's on second on their side. So give me some time, couple of meetings maybe.
Okay. Anything else for item number 6? Okay, let's go ahead and take public comment on that, and then we'll move along.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 6, the administrator's report? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, go ahead and close public comment, and since it is now 5:03, we can move on to item number 7.
Item number 7, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. Please approach the podium or contact us online using the app or press *3. We have one individual wishing to make public comment.
Hi again.
Mr. Smith, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes,
Thanks.
thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello again. It sounds like there's quite a bit of, first of all, there's a new administration. So there's opportunity for change. There's a lot of things going to be changing. Change is on the horizon. I would urge the commission or the task force to, as you're going about your change, to think about the person who has a reason to interface with this commission or the ethics commission and what they may be going through right now, right? So it's going to take some time. We're going to bring things back at other meetings in the future. We may get together in CAO's office and get this all worked out. But in the meantime, there are people who may need access to something streamlined so that they can get through it. I would encourage the commission to think about those people and what their opportunities are to get things done. One of the things I was sitting there thinking about was the training, the ethics training, and the Sunshine Task Force training. It would be interesting for someone, the public, going through interfacing with this process to be able to see the training that staff get as a baseline to be able to know, okay, this is what they're supposed to be doing, right? Just as a baseline. And if staff knows that, but the public has access to this training. You know, it sort of has a chilling effect on, you know, deviating from that. So I'm interested in accessing that training. So if there's anyone or someone can point me to where I can get that training, that sunshine training that everyone gets, I love to see it. That ethics training that everyone gets, I love to see it. Because that's going to be useful right now while all this other things are being put into place
30 seconds.
in the future. So that's something we can use right now to get moving. So I'm open. Thank you.
To our city attorney representative, based on his comments, if you were to submit a sunshine request for those trainings, do you know to which entity he should submit those to? Is that done by the city attorney's office or ethics commission, or do we know? It's not us. But I would like to get you the right answer so you can direct that to them.
I was gonna say, and Ms. Peterson was helpful in pointing out that some of the stuff is actually available online if you just look it up online already. So I don't think you necessarily need to submit anything to the city. I think you can just look it up. She has it pulled up in her computer. And I think you could just do a web search and all that should be available.
So, sir, if you want to, if you have our phone number and our email address is on our website. If you want to send an email to us, Administrator Peterson apparently can help direct you and can send you the links to where those trainings are located. Okay?
And may I also suggest looking at the Good Government Guide? It's available on the city attorney's website. And if you just put in your search term, Good Government Guide, San Francisco, and you can add city attorney, but just San Francisco Good Government Guide will bring you to the material on the city attorney's website. It's a PDF and it's just great information. It's very understandable.
Recommend Good Guide and the training, or just
They are available to you. I'm making no recommendation.
Okay, is there another public commenter that we have?
We have no one
Okay,
else wishing to make public comment.
all right, we'll go ahead and close public comment for item number 7 and move on to item number 8.
Item number 8, file number 23099. Complaint filed by Mark LaCroix against the San Francisco Fire Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.5, by failing to conduct meetings of any policy body open in public. 67.10, conducting a closed session hearing on a non-permitted topic. And 67.11, by failing to provide proper notice of a closed session hearing. On February 5, 2025, the task force approved the order of determination in file 23099B and ordered production of the audio tape of the closed session on item 5C at the January 12, 2022 Fire Commission meeting.
Okay, so members, we have heard this file multiple times now. The last action we took did not include a compliance portion of this. I believe based when I reviewed our discussions, there's a thought that we can make an order, but that if the order is not complied with, this will likely be something that the complainant or petitioner may need to go through the courts to use. But we did want to get that order passed and so that he could use that. Subsequent to us issuing that order, Mr. LaCroix contacted us and said that he did not receive closed session audio tape that we had ordered to be disclosed and asked that we consider referring it to the district attorney. So I did ask our administrator to reopen this file in the event that anyone on the task force wanted to consider making that type of referral. I think the letter that the complainant wrote should be in the packet somewhere. So I'll kind of leave it at that. I'm not sure we need to Yeah, it's actually, if you look on PDF page 10. So in any event, I'm going to reopen this. If anyone wants to make a motion to make referral to the district attorney, they can do so. Or if we want to have further discussion, we can do that too. I'm not sure we need to hear from the parties again, but I did ask them to be present in case we had questions. So let's open up to the members first.
Mr. LaCroix and Ms. Conifrey have been made panelists.
Okay, great. So I don't know if members, if we wanted to hear something from the petitioner and the respondent, if we want to discuss, we don't have to take any action on this. Member Schmidt?
Just to throw out a couple of thoughts on this. I actually am I'm not sure whether this is a good idea or not. There certainly is a potential role for the DA, and I know that DAs in other counties will occasionally get involved in a Brown Act situation. I don't know. I mean, I actually looked at this once, even throughout California. I don't know if they do much more than write demand letters. I'm not sure if they actually ever file cases. But it is state law, and it's local law that the DA has a potential role in this kind of thing. However, I think that the use of the DA would be, in my mind, more where somebody is just simply resistant to any participation to following Brown Act issues, maybe recalcitrant. This, I know that we made a decision that we thought the basis for a closed session was not there. And yet I want to just say that I do understand the position of the other side on this. And I think that even if I disagree with their position, I think their position is not a bad faith position. And so I don't think this is the strongest case among any cases, since we rarely actually talk about sending cases to the DA. But because of that, I don't know if it would be the first one I would want to say, let's definitely push this over to the DA's office. That's just some thoughts.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Anyone else?
I agree with you. I believe we should have a fairly strong case before we move it as far as the district attorney's office is concerned. And this one, again, it's a question of, well, I see it this way and I see it that. And there's enough gray that the district attorney can look at the gray and go, nope, that's not the case for me. And I believe that will put us in a weaker position when we said, if ever we send over another case.
Okay. Seeing no motions, I will go ahead and open this up to public comment before we move on. And I'll note that since we did not call on either the respondent or the petitioner in this, if they wanted to make public comment during public comment, I'll afford them that opportunity as well. That'll be for 3 minutes.
We currently have one call in with individual with their hand raised. Ms. Conifrey or Mr. LaCroix. Mr. LaCroix, would you like to comment? Mr. LaCroix would. What order would you like to hear these in?
Sorry.
We have Mr. LaCroix wishing to make public comment and a member of the public.
We can start with Mr. LaCroix and then the next person.
Mr. LaCroix, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I actually prepared a 5-minute intro for a regular hearing, but we can abbreviate it a bit. But yeah, I'd like to speak to the task force.
All right, your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay. Good evening. On January 12th, 2022, the Fire Commission held a closed session that was determined by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to be on a non-permitted topic for a closed session exemption. Realizing this, I filed a records request, and when they denied it, I filed a petition with the Sunshine Task Force on December 7th, 2023. 13 and a half months later, this task force ordered the production of the audio recording of the closed session by the Fire Commission. The Fire Commission did not release the record within the 5 business days, which would be in compliance with the task force. That would have been January 28th. The Fire Commission did have a meeting just last week, though, on the subject, and they elected to get advice from the city attorney, held a closed session. After they came out of closed session, Marcy Fraser, the current Fire Commission president, reported the following action, quote, "We discussed the option of complying with the order from the Sunshine Task Force. We are not going to comply with the order from the Sunshine Task Force," unquote. Now I'm going to read a quote from the Sunshine Ordinance itself. Sunshine Ordinance 6721E. If the custodian refuses or fails to comply with any such order within 5 business days, the Sunshine Task Force shall notify the district attorney or attorney general, who may take whatever measures she or he determines necessary to ensure compliance with the provisions of this ordinance. This is what I'm requesting you to do today, is an enforcement referral. And the word "shall" doesn't seem very open to interpretation. It seems like a ministerial duty of the task force. It doesn't seem that you have discretion here. So anyways, I'm going to close with my favorite new quote that has to do with sunshine. If something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaCroix. We can move on to our next public comment.
Hello, caller, you've been unmuted. Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
And thank you.
They begin now.
Good evening, Task Force. I commend Chair Yankee and everyone else who's talking about getting things more reformed. And the mayor ran on transparency and a new government, and San Francisco city government has been modeled probably the finest in the nation, maybe beside New York, but it's turned into a swamp, a laughingstock, just a festering malignant tumor. And the biggest malignant tumor in city government right now is the Fire Commission, led by criminals. And you say this isn't willful, malicious. We've been abused. All of our rights have been destroyed by this commission. Somewhere at the beginning of COVID, they decided that they were going to basically off anyone who stood in their way. There was no fairness, no law, no protections that protected us. They violated all of our rights. Every single right they could have violated, they did. And they became so drunk with power. It's unbelievable the way they operate today. If you go and look at the last commission hearing and see how they're imbecilic children who they just broke into the candy store. They do whatever they want. There's no accountability. They don't follow any regulations or any of their rules. They don't notice the agenda. They don't take public comment anymore. Marcy Fraser acts like a child and makes gestures like air quotes when she says the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force ordered us, and she does air quotes like they're mocking you. They're not afraid of anyone. The city attorney, David Chu, has greenlighted them to just basically run rogue. And if you think this isn't willful intent and maliciousness, you're wrong. Like, the amount of damage they've done to people's lives with impunity. They answer to no one. They have no regard for the law, for any of you. They mock you, they laugh at you, they disregard you, and you're committed your life to transparency and open
30
government.
seconds.
And you're being made fools of. You're wasting your life sitting there in those seats. Take a look in the mirror. Like, you signed on to do good things for the city. The city has become so corrupt at the hands of David Chu and his agents, who have all committed conspiracy and collusion to deprive us of our rights. And you're just going to go, well, I don't think we have the power. You know, like, you have so
Thank
little
you. Thank you.
self-esteem.
Thank you. That concludes your time. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other public commenters?
We do. Hello, caller, you've been unmuted. Are you ready for your 3 minutes? Hello, caller.
I believe you're trying to, I just spoke.
Thank you. I'll lower your hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, caller, you've been unmuted. I'm going to unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, give me,
They begin.
yes, I'm ready. Hello, my name is Barkley Sanders. I just wanted to make a few public comments. One of the first public comments is that your good governance guide that is supposed to be available on the city attorney's website, the certificate expired for it, so it's seen as an invalid website that doesn't have encryption. So most browsers like Chrome and Safari will not see it. So that should generally just be corrected so that people can view these documents on the city's attorney's website under good governance. Otherwise, you have to go about 3 to 4 searches down on Google to get that to work. Secondly, I'm just hoping from today with transparency from Treasure Island Development Authority that when SFPUC CAC member like myself, Barkley Sanders, requests information on the utility structure there so that we can put an end to over 500, roughly about 500 outages, but to be more exact, about 508 outages in the last 25 years, with about 7 this year alone. So I hope that we
can you pause the clock, please, Administrator Peterson?
Yes.
Sir, is this public comment that you're making related to file 23099? It sounds like you're speaking about a case or a file that you have coming up, but this would not be the appropriate time to make those comments. We'll let you speak to your file when we get there, but this is specifically for public comment on 23099.
Gotcha. My mistake.
Do you have any further comments on 23099?
No.
Okay, we will stand by. We will call you when your files are ready to be heard.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on file number 23099?
Yes.
All right, your 3 minutes begins now.
Hello, I've been listening and following the Mark LaCroix case versus the Fire Commission, and I'm absolutely flabbergasted on the Sunshine Task Force take on this whole thing, that your hands are tied behind your backs here and you can't do anything. And as a citizen of the San Francisco, it makes me wonder, what is the point of your commission if there is violations found, there is orders given, if there is corruption to be uncovered, and you guys don't basically end the road at, oh, they said they don't want to turn it over, so that's it, I guess. I guess we can't do anything further on it. You found the violation, you gave the order. I actually implore all of you to watch the last Fire Commission and the blatant disregard for the rules and regulations in that commission. It is unbelievable the amount of secrecy, disregard for rules and that they go at the lengths, all for Mr. Mark LaCroix's evidence or tape or whatever he's asking for. I'm not even sure. And the roadblock or stonewalling that you guys seem to present is absolutely unbelievable. I'm not even sure at what level personally I want to take this story now. It's frightening. It's concerning. I'm now believing that Mr. Mark LaCroix knows the rules and regulations of these commissions more than all the commissioners do. It's quite amazing to hear him speak the rules after all of you guys sat there and said, well, I don't know if we should move this to another level or there's gray areas. The rule says shall. I'm not really sure there's any more definition or gray area in shall. You shall forward it to the next level. That's your job. That's your duty. You expose things. The Sunshine Task Force. You've been given this job. Now, it's not your job to determine if it's good or bad. That'll be the next level to decide that. But it shall be done. So I suggest you all read over your rule book, your rules and regulations again.
30 seconds.
Get familiar with them. I personally am going to try to help Mr. Mark LaCroix get to the next level. I'm curious to find out what's going on here, and at great lengths, this video or recording or whatever this session is that's being withheld for. And ask all yourselves this: if it was just what they said it was, they would have given it up 3 months ago. So obviously, it's something that it's not,
Thank you. That
and they want to
concludes
cover
your
it up.
time. Thank you. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on file number 23099?
Yes.
All right, your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay, thank you. So I have not prepared anything written down, so I'm just speaking off the top of my head. I don't know if I'm being naive in the hope that I have with this new administration, the new mayor, all this talk about transparency and cleaning up corruption in the city. What is the point of your task force if you just say that you have no power to do anything, or you just close your eyes, turn the other way when somebody like Mr. LaCroix comes in and, you know, seems to know a lot of the rules better than a lot of the people on these commissions and task forces who should be knowing the rules, and presents this case that just demonstrates so clearly that wrong is being done, and you guys just, for some reason, I mean, are you guys the assigned task force? Or are you like the force that has been tasked with helping the city cover up corruption? It's really disappointing that we can't even have anybody who's willing to stand up against the city. Like how are you supposed to have transparency if they just have the option to say, oh no, we just decide we're not gonna comply with that. We don't, you know, it's the law, but whatever, we're the city, we can do whatever we want. Why would there ever be transparency if that's the case? You guys are supposed to be the task force that's there to help the people, we, the people, in, you know, exposing this stuff and helping to bring it wherever it needs to be brought and dealt with. You guys are giving them the green light to do whatever they want all the time. So please consider that. Whatever you're doing now, please consider. Otherwise, it's just a waste of your guys' time to be there. You know, what are you doing? You're helping the city cover up corruption. Thank you.
Thank you.
Administrator Peterson, for the record, Member Wolf is present at 5:29 p.m.
I'm sorry, that's 5:29 p.m.?
Sorry, 5:29 p.m.
5:29.
Member Wolf, did I get that right? That's what I said.
Yes, that's correct. And what
Okay.
item are you on?
We are on item number 8.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Bring public comment on that. Okay, and sorry about that, Administrator Peterson. I'm going to turn it back to you to finish up public comment if there is any.
All right, one more call. If there's anyone who'd like to make public comment on file number 23099, item 8 on the agenda, please raise your hand. And we have one more. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on
Commend
file
the
23099?
I would just like to commend the public on their acknowledgement of how dismissive the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is. Maybe you should listen to them and do a little bit more investigative work for the people of the public. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We have no one in the room and no one else with their hand raised.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public
Hold on.
comment.
Oh,
Member
sorry.
LaHood?
Yeah, content of the comments withstanding. I'm wondering if we should just refer this as a matter of course, even though our feeling is that this is probably not going to go anywhere because of our past experience and because of our extensive knowledge of the kind of responses we've gotten when we've forwarded things to the DA before. So I think there's a misunderstanding of how effective this could be, and I know I may be volunteering others to do additional work, or perhaps in order for this to pass, I might have to volunteer to do it myself. But maybe we should just forward this, even though we think it probably won't lead to anything, but we could say, okay, we forwarded this order of determination to the DA and we're letting the DA's office know that there's willful noncompliance.
Member LaHood, to your point, I don't think that if we wanted to, technically the language says notify the district attorney.
So we can notify the district
so-
attorney
so-
and let them know that this order has been issued and it is not being complied with. You have
Right,
been
so
notified.
that could be very different
Yeah.
from the multi-page referral that Member Schmidt and I worked
That's
on.
required for
That can
ethics.
legally be in
Yeah.
one sentence. At its 2/5/2025 meeting, the task force approved an order of determination, just like it says. At its 4/2/2025 meeting, the task force determined that its order has not been complied with.
Yeah, I think we could do that.
Attaches
I
one
think,
word.
I think there's,
That's simple.
yeah, I think there's a great degree of optimism of regarding what this will lead to. But as you indicate, since it can be done perhaps with not a great deal of effort, we can notify the district attorney that we made an order, it's not being complied with, and then it is in their hands. So I would like to make a motion that we notify the district attorney that we made an order of determination in file number 23009. And not only has it not been complied with as far as we know, but in the most recent fire commission hearing, there's evidence that they have publicly stated that they will not comply. I don't even know if we need to go that far. Maybe we just say, we've made an order of determination. It has not been complied with.
I would feel more.
Let's stick let's stay in our zone.
Our zone.
Okay.
Because I haven't heard, I mean.
Right.
I don't know, I haven't heard.
Right, we're taking the word of lots of people who, yeah. But I think we do know that we issued an order of determination in file number 23099. And as far as we know, there has been no compliance with this order.
So, okay, so that's the motion?
Oh, my motion is that, my motion is to refer file number 23099 to the district attorney with information to notify the district attorney that the San Francisco Fire Commission has not complied with our order of determination that determined that there was a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance with regards to file number 23099.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Member Wolf. Vice Chair Stein, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I might add that, just to refer them to the Sunshine Ordinance section 6721E, and maybe just even use the language that's there in connection with why we're referring it.
Modification accepted.
Can I have a repeat?
Yes, accept.
Vice Chair Stein of the section.
I think we did this once before and have a very basic boilerplate that we used, which incorporated that. Essentially, it said something like pursuant to 6721E, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is notifying you that our order determination in file such, whatever it was, and this one would be 23099, has not been complied with.
Yeah.
And then we forward the relevant audio files, meeting minutes, and and the links to them, and then they.
Right. And then, so they will have it, and then the petitioner and the petitioner's supporters can then follow up with the district attorney's office and say, we know you've received this notice, which will be a public record. What are you going to do about it?
And I would just say that I'm
Comment.
totally in support of that too, under the same argument I made about why send things to the Ethics Commission. It's like one of the few enforcement tools that we have. I do think the shall language is compelling, and regardless of what we think may or may not happen with it at the district attorney's level, I think we should forward it.
Member Wolf, I think you're in the queue there.
Yeah, so two things. One is, just to remind everyone, our, most, public folks that, our enforcement privileges are extremely limited, in the way the ordinance was written. So while, yes, we would love to be the watchdog that we would hope to be, we do have limits on our ability to act on things. That said, I've met with 2 district attorneys, and they both gave me the same answers 2 years apart. And that was that they only work on claims or complaints that have to do with criminal action. And so even though the ordinance states that the district attorney should be notified and that they should do whatever is necessary to ensure compliance, they don't have any kind of process for dealing with it. And if it's not criminal, they just won't take it up. So, that's why I think it's somewhat, kind of fait accompli not to even send it to them. I think we can do it because that's what our ordinance, provides us with the ability to do. But beyond that, I don't know. I don't have any faith that there's going to be any result of that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Member Wolf. And yeah, it sounds like you even had more luck than I did, because when I tried to contact the district attorney's office, they wouldn't even talk to me. So that's been the feedback I've had. Nonetheless, I think to Vice Chair Stein's point, the ordinance says it, so we can document that we did it, and then there's documentation about why that doesn't work, potentially. And to the members of the public who may be under the impression that we don't care, we care very much, and put a large amount of time, not just in this case, but in a variety of other cases, into how we enforce our orders. And in fact, we talked about that quite extensively earlier in this meeting at item number 5. And there are certain shortcomings with the ordinance itself. And so I would urge all of you who have strong opinions about this to voice them if and when there comes a time to make amendments to the ordinance to empower us to actually do more to enforce these things. And perhaps consider testifying before the streamlining task force, who's empowered to adjust the powers of boards and commissions to make them more efficient and get the work done they need to do. But as Member Wolf very correctly pointed out, we have not had excellent or much of at all of any success when we make referrals to the DA. So I'll turn over to Member Schmidt, then Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, I was initially on the fence on this. So I didn't have a motivation to make the motion for it, but I am going to vote yes on this. And I'm going to just note that the district attorney, their office, should know that they don't just do criminal work. They do quite a bit of work in the civil courts. I've dealt with the city attorney. I mean, I'm sorry, not city attorney, the district attorney. The district attorney's office. I've seen the DA in many different contexts. Some of them which are somewhat behind closed doors, others right in the public. I think it makes some sense that they may not even know that district attorneys are actually named in the Brown Act, in the text of the Brown Act, as
Yes.
having this responsibility. And maybe they just somehow have never been told that, or they've never checked into it. But at some point, I think we should tell them, you're supposed to be doing this. They'll have a lot of discretion as to how much they care, but to say, as Member Wolf has been told, that this is not something that they do is, I think, legally incorrect.
Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, I just want to say I understand all the, the argument that Member Wolf makes, or the likelihood of action based on the past is not very promising. But I think it's important that we don't do their work for them, and that if it's a tool that we have, that we utilize it and let them make clear that they're not going to do anything. We don't need to step in and, compensate for their lack of action. And as you said, it just becomes, and I'm not for just doing things to do them that take a lot of work when there's no hope. But I think this is a pretty minimal effort to forward it. And I don't think it makes us less serious in their eyes, because this is exactly what the law says. And, maybe they'll take us more seriously if they get 30 of these, and they might start to feel like they have to do something if this law isn't being followed.
Member Wolf, did your hand up again? Oh, okay. Yeah, and I might have this passes. I'm happy to work with Pat to extend this over. I think it'll take all of 15 minutes. I don't think notifying them is much of a threshold, and it meets our obligations under the law. Okay, there is a motion. There's a second to the motion. Since that was done, I'll reopen public comment specifically on that motion.
Anyone?
No, but I want to be clear, because this is now a specific motion on Mr. LaCroix's case. I'm not going to permit Mr. LaCroix to public comment again, because we don't allow petitioners to comment or respondents to comment on motions on their cases.
All right. Thank you, Mr. LaCroix. I see that you just lowered your hand. Anyone in the room or in the online community who wishes to make public comment on this motion, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no hands raised.
Okay, go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that.
Taking the vote on item 8, file number 23099. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland. Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1 absent, 9 ayes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Moving, I'll double check with our administrator. Administrator Peterson, do you need a break before we move on, since it's about 2 hours into this? Or-
I would appreciate that. Yes, please.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take around a 10-minute break. We'll try to reconvene at around 5:55 p.m.
Microphones are off. Microphones are on. Resuming the meeting at 5:59 PM.
Okay, we are back. And let's go ahead and move on to item number 9. Actually, task force members, let me get your opinion on this. Item number 9 and item number 10 are both the same complainant and the same respondent, and they're for similar issues, and this is a compliance portion of that. Would you prefer that I call these together or separately? I don't know if anyone has thoughts. It would be easier to have this discussion if we just do it for both or separately. Member Sugarman, go ahead.
Didn't we split them? Is this not the one that we split?
Well, no. These are ones we heard a few months ago. We had sent to EOT to do enforcements. We already made orders of determination in these. We heard them separately. They were not consent. EOT couldn't meet because there was a technical problem. So I put them on this agenda so they didn't languish for another 2 months without being heard. So we're just doing a follow-up compliance hearing on this. This was not the consent item.
With the same responding party, right?
Yeah, it's the same petitioner and same responding party. Member Kumar?
I think if in the meeting that was canceled, the EOTC, I think we had planned to discuss them together, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Member Highland, does that sound right? Were you planning to discuss these together?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The next 2 files, the Justin Barker versus the San Francisco Zoo, there's 2 files. We already issued orders on them. Were you planning to hear them together when you were doing compliance, or do you think they should be separate?
Well,
We were planning to hear them one after the other, right? Because we were
yes,
pretty much.
one of them had an order, one didn't. One of them was just a referral to us to help them with the process, and one actually had an OD, which I think is the one that you wanted us to act on at the EOTC that didn't happen, to then consider further action. So I would recommend separately.
Separate. Okay, we'll do it separate then. So we'll start with just item number 9.
They are technically 2 different respondents.
Yeah. Respondent?
The Joint Zoo Committee.
Oh, you're right. No, good point. Good point. We'll hear them separately then.
File number 9, file number 24066. Complaint filed by Justin Barker against the San Francisco Joint Zoo Committee for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.15, by failing to provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address a policy body, and 67.16 by failing to record the minutes for each regular meeting of the board or commission. On March 5, 2025, the task force approved the order of determination regarding file number 24066 and instructed that the Joint Zoo Committee work with the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance going forward. That March 18, 2025 special meeting of the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee did not meet due to the incorrect instructions for attending the meeting remotely.
Okay, and do we have Mr. Barker present? And is there someone from the Joint Zoo Committee or Rec and Park or someone that's going to be speaking on their behalf?
We have a hand raised. Hello, caller. Are you here to speak on item number 9, file number 24066?
I am. This is Justin Barker.
Hello, Mr. Barker. I'm going to move you to a panelist position. One moment. All right. And reaching out to the zoo, we did not receive a response on whether or not there would be anybody attending this evening. We have Mr. Barker present.
So we have no one from the zoo. Member Kumar?
Comment on this.
Yeah, go ahead.
In the EOTC meeting, we had observed that
Hold on 1 second. That did not happen that meeting, so don't refer to that.
Sorry, yeah, that the meeting that was canceled. We had discussed that whenever this matters come up, nobody from the Joint Zoo Committee has come to the meetings. So just wanted to highlight that, and they're not here today as well.
And I think I had asked Mr. Peterson to specifically include Rec and Park and say someone from Rec and Park is going to be expected to attend since they're the contracting party. And I'm pretty sure I recall you sending that in your notes, right?
did.
Yeah, I thought I saw that. So,
Mr. Chair.
yeah, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, and some other members who've been around for other zoo complaints. It was kind of my impression that this body does not recognize that it is under sunshine rules, and they've in the past declined to appear.
Yes, I would agree. I would concur. Member Highland here. They've, I think the last go around, we persuaded them that they are responsible for this committee, and therefore, the buck stops with them. Yet neither members of that committee nor Rec and Park are here, and that's par for the course.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we do, like, again, this is just a compliance portion. Why don't we just give both sides 3 minutes? If there's no one here in the next 3 minutes to speak on the respondent's behalf, then they forfeit that, but we'll start with Mr. Barker that way and see where that takes us. Wait, I do see a hand in the audience online.
Hello, caller. Are you here for
Yeah.
file number
Hey,
924066?
It's Ashley Summers.
Hi, Ms. Summers.
How are you?
It's good to know that you are present. Thank you.
Okay, so if we can elevate, is she from Rec and Park?
Yes.
Okay, if we can elevate, thank you so much for joining us. We'll give you an opportunity to speak, Ms. Summers. You don't necessarily have to do it, but we may have questions for you. So I appreciate you being here. Okay, so we'll start by just, since this is the first compliance portion, we'll give each side 3 minutes just to kind of brief us on what may or may not have happened since we met as a full task force. So we'll start with Mr. Barker for 3 minutes.
Mr. Barker, are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
Yes.
All right, they start now.
Thank you. This task force has heard my complaint regarding this matter, and so I'm going to save everyone time and not repeat what has already been spoken about. I will say that in the Joint Zoo Committee, they are no longer asking people to stop recording because I shared the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regulation with them and also state regulation. So that's the only thing that I would say is updated in this case.
Thank you.
Okay, and when you're ready, Administrator Peterson, we can see if Ms. Summers has any comments that she wants to make.
Ms. Summers, would you like to make a comment?
I just wanted to be here to support answering any questions on behalf of Rec and Park. I have 3 commissioners who sit on the Joint Zoo Committee, and one of the commissioners is the chair, and so I do support them in their role on the Joint Zoo Committee, although I do not administer the committee itself. So I'm happy to do what I can to support Justin, and I have supported Patricia, and I've supported the Joint Zoo Committee in trying to assist them with understanding some of these rules. So whatever questions you have that I can answer tonight, I'm happy to do that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if maybe Member Highland or Member Coomer wants to. I'm sure you guys did some research when you were going to hear this in EOT. So I'll give you first dibs on this if you want to have questions or see if they make suggestions.
Just basically that, I believe this was the case that there was an Odeon. Let's see. Yes, it was approved on 3/5/25. And we wanted to ask Mr. Barker, has he received anything? Has the Rec and Park or the committee sent anything? And there was no response to any communications from the respondents. And I believe Mr. Barker will probably confirm that he has not received anything to this date.
I think this is the open meetings part, and I think the document part's the next one.
Oh, I'm confused. I thought we were talking that one first.
Yeah, so I'll just because it wasn't included in here, I will read what the motion is that was passed, just so kind of we all know what we're talking about. So it was, we found that the Joint Zoo Committee and the SF Zoo are subject to the Sunshine Ordinance under Section E of the recitals and Section 16 of the SF Zoo Lease and Management Agreement of 1993 and Administrative Code Section 67.3D, and we found violations of Section 67.7D requiring that members of city bodies during public meetings make only minimal clarification or questions during public comment periods. Section 67.14A regarding the right of persons attending open or public meetings to take video or audio recordings of the proceedings. And Section 67.15C applying time limits uniformly to members of the public during public comment periods. And then we asked them to work with us on fixing those issues. So, Mr. Barker, do you know if any of those issues that we cited back then still remain issues today? It sounds like they may have made some progress.
Yeah, I think the only real progress is there's no, they're not specifically asking people to not record anymore. And so that's been a change. Meetings tend to be shorter now, so there hasn't been any limits on people speaking. And frankly, if I'm being honest, the notes have become a little more neutral as well since this has been filed. So I'll certainly say that there has been progress on certain points regarding my initial complaint.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. Do you think there's anything that we as a task force could accomplish by keeping this file open, or do you think we could close at this point, or would you prefer us maybe to keep it open pending for, we've done this before as well, for a certain amount of time, and if you feel, we won't necessarily schedule for hearing, but if you feel there's still an issue in that amount of time that comes up, we can kind of reactivate it. I don't know what your thoughts are.
I think my one big point and hope is that this meeting isn't limited by an hour because it butts up right against the big Rec and Park meeting. So I think that of all the things that I would hope for is that there'd be some sort of adjustment. So if it happens to be a big meeting where there's a lot of opinions in the room, that people aren't cut off and that people are able to speak. And I think because of that, I would really recommend that this remains open.
Ms. Summers, I don't know if you were able to hear those comments that Mr. Barker made. It sounds like this joint zoo committee occurs an hour prior to some larger Rec and Park type of meeting, and that may be resulting in abridged public comment or people being cut off or things being rushed and the public isn't able to fully participate. Is it possible that this Zoom meeting could be scheduled at a time that isn't so close to the time frame of the other meeting that occurs that it sounds like may have overlapping commissioners?
I can certainly communicate that to the chair, and it also depends on availability of meeting space. But yes, I'll communicate that, and I can let Justin know, what I find out. It also depends on, obviously, like I said, I'm not the staff who administers the meeting, and so I'll have to communicate with them as well.
Okay.
Actually, who does administer that meeting?
That's Anne Elefterakis from the San Francisco Zoo. She's the executive assistant to the director.
Okay. Did we invite that person to this meeting?
We did.
Okay, thank you.
So members, I don't know what you want to do on this one. If we wanted to maybe keep it open and next time EOT meets, do you want to maybe do a check-in with Mr.
Yeah, it's only been a couple of months. I think we continue this for maybe, 4, 5, 6 month mark, continue it to the call of the chair of EOTC. Member
Schmidt?
I had just a couple of questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Summers, I just want to check on a couple things. You said that you somehow support the joint committee. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Joint Zoo Committee is comprised of several members of the Zoo Board of Directors who I don't have a relationship with in that way, but 3 of the Recreation and Park Commissioners sit on the Joint Zoo Committee, and so I support those 3 commissioners.
You support them. Would that mean that you were involved in responding to the sunshine requests made by Mr. Barker that are involved here and on line 10?
That is a very good question. I am the custodian of records for the department, and I think Justin would, I don't want to speak for him, but I think he would say that I'm probably pretty responsive to him. I don't have access to the zoo's records, so whatever records request comes through that pertains to records I don't have access to, I can't respond to at all. So anything that's on the side of the department in terms of records we have internally, I'm the one who responds on behalf of the department to all of those. But if it's a zoo record, something they have in their own files, I can't provide those things.
This zoo committee as a thing, which is technically not the zoo, it's not Park and Rec. Do they have what I think you just named a person who is sort of the executive person there? Is that correct?
Yeah, Anne.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know if Anne or anyone else on behalf of the committee takes the position that the committee does not have any responsibility to respond to sunshine requests or to come to sunshine meetings?
No, I'm not aware that anyone takes a position like that. I only can speak on behalf of the commissioners and the department, and our stance is that we respond to all sunshine requests that we're required to respond to.
Okay, and the person who is in control of the document for the committee, that's...
Just real fast, just to be clear, this one is only dealing with open meeting issues. The records requests are going to be in our next file, so I just don't want to mix up the two. That's why I was asking about hearing them together or separately.
Okay.
This is only on open meetings, no public record. We'll get that to the next file.
Okay, thank you. I think I have maybe one more question. Actually, you just answered the last question I have. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. Any other questions on this file for either party? Okay, so why don't we do this? I'll make a motion to continue this file to the call of the chair for the Education, Training, and Outreach Committee. And then, remember, Helen, you can work with, the petitioner to see if there's still outstanding issues. And
Yeah, first of all, we need to have them acknowledge our communications so that we can talk to them, invite them in, have them describe what they're doing. I mean, there's been zero response. And I will observe that we have found a 6721E against them in the past. So this is for not sending a knowledgeable representative. So I think after this, perhaps our administrator can get the contact information for the person that Ms. Summers just referenced. I'd like to talk to that person and get an email conversation going with them, because otherwise it's not going to go anywhere.
That individual has been noticed on all of these matters.
Yes, but I would like a phone number if possible. I mean, obviously email is not working.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before second is made, I just would like to make a comment that, we spend a lot of time, and a lot of employees in the city spend a lot of time taking those sunshine trainings. And if they're not kind of being competent about it, I think that there should be some notification on that to whoever oversees those trainings. It's not us. I think it's city attorney's office, actually.
So I think, Ms. Summers, I think if you could try to speak with the folks, it seems like you had a name, who are administering that committee, and maybe you can pass along that their presence at the next time we hear this file for compliance, that they could show up. We really do appreciate you showing up on behalf of Rec and Park, but we also realize that you only have a small portion in the administration of this joint zoo committee, and that it really is someone else who needs to be the party who's present.
Sure.
Okay. But in any event, I have a motion to call the chair for EOT.
Is it possible for me to add another comment?
Maybe it's public comment after the motion.
Well, is this Mr. Barker?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll let you go real fast. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that yes, Ashley, you've been incredibly responsive, and I just would hope that, I know it's a different matter, but I would really encourage the folks who are overseeing this committee, who's meant to be oversight at the zoo, that they take a role in helping us facilitate the records requests, because I have not been successful in really encouraging
Mr. Barker, I'm going to cut you off like I did Member Schmidt. We're going to get to the records one in the next file. So I don't want to conflict the two files. This is purely on the meetings that occur for joint zoo committee. We'll talk about records next.
Okay.
Just on the meeting portion, which is this file, I'm making the motion to continue it to EOT. Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Anderson.
Okay, second by Member Anderson. And let's see if there's any public comment on that.
If you're in the room and you'd like to make public comment, please approach the podium. Members of the online community, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have someone approaching the podium and one caller.
Okay. You ready?
Yes, Ms. Tobin, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
My name is Jane Tobin, and I do serve on the Joint Zoo Committee. I've mentioned this at a previous meeting that I serve as a non-voting animal welfare advisor. And our meetings do bump right up to the Rec and Park Committee meetings, and they are across the hall from one another. And my recommendation was if there's going to be a change in meeting time, I would also recommend a change in meeting space. And the reason why I say that is there are so many more tools available in the room that Rec and Park is already holding their very professional, large commission meetings. It has timers, it has audio recording, it has all the professional tools you would need to conduct an open meeting in the manner that Mr. Barker is recommending. So I would think that in addition to recommending if there's any change of time, also a change of space. It then allows the commissioners who are part of the Rec and Park to not have to transfer across the hallway and hurry out. They'll already be there. So that is my thought, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank
you for your feedback. We have an online one, it looks like.
Hello, caller. Did you wish to make public comment on item 9, file 24066?
I'm sorry, this is for me, Barclay Sanders.
Oh.
There's some.
All right. Thank you. I'm lowering your
Hello?
hand. We have no one in the room, no other callers in the queue.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that.
Taking the vote on item 9, file 24066. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Anderson. Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. One absent, 9 ayes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 10, and that's going to be the one that involves the actual public records.
Item number 10, file number 25003. Complaint filed by Justin Barker against the San Francisco Zoo for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On March 5, 2025, the task force approved the order of determination regarding file number 25003 and instructed that the Joint Zoo Committee work with the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance going forward. The March 18, 2025 special meeting of the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee did not meet due to the incorrect instructions for attending the meeting remotely.
Okay. Is there an issue, Mr. Peterson?
Chair Yankee, just going to comment. I'm just wondering if this file should not have been referred to compliance rather than EODC. Just for follow-up. I mean, we can, since we're talking to them, we can also, perform the compliance portion of this OD. But I was thinking, like retrospectively, probably should have gone to compliance.
I think the thinking was because it was the same people to put it in the same place, but we're fine either way.
Well, let's see where it takes us. Maybe it's complied with now. So why don't we start by having, we'll have Mr. Barker, and then if Ms. Summers wants to give us 3 minutes too, she can as well. We'll start with Mr. Barker for 3 minutes to give us a status update on this one.
Mr. Barker, are you ready for your 3 minutes? I'm sorry, is that a yes?
That is yes.
Okay. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. Similarly, I'll not go and repeat everything that's already been discussed in meetings for this case. I know in this meeting, there's been conversations about willful violations and the nuance of that. I would say that the San Francisco Zoo, the Zoological Society is willfully violating. They have not done anything to hand over records to me. I've learned that the secrecy at the zoo extends, way beyond just public records. The secrecy of refusing to allow employees to even see the AZA report, the multiple AZA reports. So there's this culture of secrecy at the zoo, and what I've come to understand, speaking to former and current employees, is that the zoo has something to hide, and that is the reason why they are not complying with records requests. I recently acquired the 2011 AZA accreditation report, not because the zoo handed it over, because it was handed over by someone that was internal at the zoo, and there are things in that report that are shocking and surprising, and I assume that the 2022 report that I requested also have things that are surprising and shocking that they don't want to be made public. I'm on a call right now, but I'll talk to you in a second. So it's really, I really hope that you expedite this matter and move forward with whatever you can do to insist that the zoo abide by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Summers, did you want to speak? I know you're kind of here sort of as a representative. I don't know if you want any time though.
Just to say again that I am happy to and always do provide records that are in possession of the city and the Recreation and Park Department in particular. I can't produce records that I don't have access to.
Ms. Summers, Member Highland here. I just want to point out that as a custodian of records, there is an additional requirement to that comment you just made, which is if you can't provide the records, but you know where they are, to direct someone to that person. So I imagine you have been directing them to your counterpart there at the committee.
I have been, and I've also corresponded with the person over there to let them know that I'm here to support them in terms of how to respond and if they have questions and things like that.
Right. And since you're here and they're not, I mean, in your knowledge, have they ever provided records? Have they ever complied with?
I've been in my position for 6 years, almost, and I think it has been few and far between records requests I've seen come through that are for records at the zoo. So I think this is just the first instance I'm encountering personally. So I don't know if it's ever been the case that they've responded, but
Yeah, all right. I think what it is, I mean, there's obviously a disconnect between what they think they are and what they really are. And I think we've determined as a body that they are responsible, but I don't think that message is sunk in. I think that's where we are with this body, as Member Wolf pointed out earlier. Okay, thank you. All right.
I know Member Schmidt, I cut you off earlier about public records part, so I'm going to hand it back to you to pick up where you left off.
Oh,
apologies.
It might be that the member just asked the question that I had. Let's see. Well, yeah, I think that's a question and answer that I had left. So I have nothing at this time.
Okay. Anyone else on this? So Mr. Barker, it sounds like you still have not received any additional documents from when we first heard this in, I think it was February?
No additional documents and no responses to like additional requests, like regarding the gorillas necropsy. So there's been no efforts made from the zoo to actually follow through on records requests.
Okay, and in our order that we issued in February, requested they be turned over or ordered that they be turned over within 5 business days. So obviously we've way blown past that deadline. So Ms. Summers, since you're here, is there anything that you could do to help get these records from the zoo and get them turned over? Because it doesn't sound like the zoo or your coworker, or however you want to say it, over at the zoo is providing this themselves. So this is something that Rec and Park can help facilitate.
I will certainly brief the general manager and the president of the commission about this meeting this evening and let them know what transpired here, and maybe that will help. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do next. And yeah.
Great. Another question. You said you supported 3 Rec and Park members that also sit on that committee. Do you support them in that committee, or do you support them at Rec and Park and they happen to sit on that committee? In other words, do you support any
the second one is more similar to what is happening. I am the commission secretary, so obviously I support all the commissioners in all items related to what comes before the commission. And then a very minimal support as it relates to the Joint Zoo Committee.
But you
that
are
mostly
involved.
Comes from the zoo.
Yes,
involved? I'm involved. I'm involved.
With their meetings and their work product?
I, for instance, take items that are on the Joint Zoo Committee calendar and ones that pertain to items that need to be approved by the commission. I bring those to the, I put those on our agenda. I communicate with them about scheduling and, room choice and things like that. So that's part of what I do. And I also advise the commissioners in terms of what their role is. So, questions about compliance and the zoo management agreement and stuff like that, I research those things for the commissioners and answer their questions. But that's about the extent of how I support that group.
That's interesting. Thank you.
Member Schmidt?
Question for Ms. Sanders. You were just talking about a commission and commissioners, and maybe I'm just not following like I should, but what commission is that you're referring to?
I'm the commission secretary for the Recreation and Park Commission.
Okay, so Rec and Park
yeah.
Commission. All right. Okay.
And three of those commissioners
Yeah.
sit on the Joint Zoo Committee.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Summers, I don't think you were present in February, so I don't know if you had a chance to go through the packet that was submitted back then. But are you aware of the lease and management agreement for the San Francisco Zoo that was entered into on July 1st, 1993?
Yeah.
You are, okay. Because it says that the City and County of San Francisco, a municipal corporation, acting through its Recreation and Park Commission, the commission. So I think the task force is looking for Rec and Park as essentially the contracting party to be the ones who ultimately would need to facilitate a records request if those records aren't being turned over by the people over at the zoo, right? Essentially, we're looking to you as the city agency or department to go and get those records. I know you've made clear that you don't actually have them in your possession right now, but I think seeing the responsibility on you, I don't mean you individually, but you as the Rec and Park Commission, as the contracting party, to take an active role in obtaining those documents and turning them over to Mr. Barker, since you're part of this or setup that was agreed to in that contract back in '93. Does that make sense? And do you understand why we're trying to pull you into this?
Yeah, it does. It does. And Patricia and I have discussed this. I agree, and I take my role very seriously. And so I have taken an active role in this process, maybe not necessarily, more of an internal and behind the scenes kind of way, tried to be supportive and communicate those things that you're saying to me. And I will reiterate that after this meeting to the general manager and the president, as well as the zoo staff.
Yeah. Bruce, real fast, and I'll turn it over to you. I think at least my position, and I'll get to Member Highland here in a second, is that I'm sure that Rec and Park, when they have a variety of contracts that have, let's say, nothing to do with the zoo, right? And any type of contract, that you're responsible as the city department for enforcing certain provisions of that contract, right? If they don't get a job done by a certain day or they don't fulfill certain parts of the contract, I'm sure that Rec and Park when it's your contract, takes an active role in ensuring that those parts of the contract are enforced. So at least from my perspective, since this is a Rec and Park contract essentially, and there's pretty unambiguous language that says that sunshine and public records laws and all that kind of carries over with this contract, that we would look for you to take an active role in enforcing the contract. And I know you said you've been supportive, and I don't mean to demean or look down on anything you've done already, but I think we need to take you or whoever's empowered at Rec and Park to take an active role in actually getting these documents, more so than just support, but as you would if there are any other types of contract provisions with any other contract that weren't being met by the contractor.
Understood.
Member Highland?
No, that's basically what
Oh, okay. So there's still documents, actually all the documents that Mr. Barker needed back in February, that he's, here we are now in April, so 2 months later, and he hasn't gotten any of them, even though we set a 5-day limit, which is what the Sunshine Ordinance essentially tells us to do. So Ms. Summers, now that you're here, I know they're not your documents, and so I know it's like I'm kind of putting you on the spot a little bit, but what kind of timeline do we think that we could maybe give Mr. Barker for when he might be able to respect these documents from either the zoo or Rec and Park if you're going to facilitate the turning over of these documents?
Yeah, I definitely can't. I definitely don't want to promise anything, but I will say that I will communicate to my colleagues, this week, and hope to provide some sort of response sometime late next week, whether it's a partial response or at least more information. Because again, you mentioned power. I don't have much of that, so I'm just going to do my absolute best. And
I understand. I know we're putting you on the
communicate.
spot, and we're yeah. I know you maybe unilaterally can't enforce the contract, but I think we're just making.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that there's progress being made on this, and that the
Yeah,
people who
yeah,
maybe
yeah. Progress
can
can
enforce
be
it
made
are
for
being
sure.
brought into the conversation.
Yes, that I can do.
Mr. Barker, I know that's not as good as getting the documents within 5 days, but does that sound like reasonable progress towards fulfilling your request?
Yeah, I am. This is like good news and I think that's like if we can move in this direction, and like the sooner that Phil Ginsburg asks Tanya Peterson for records, and there's a system that's created in the same way that Ashley produces records. It's like night and day between Ashley and the zoo. So I would love to get to a place where when I ask for records, there's the same culture that Ashley has created at Parks and Rec and Park that could happen at the zoo. That would be a huge shift for me.
Great. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking, members, and since this might go back to EOT, Member Highland and Member Kumar, tell me know what you think. But I think maybe we continue this just like we did the last one to the call of the chair for EOT, and specifically ask that Ms. Summers documents the steps that Rec and Park is taking to enforce the July 1st, 1993 lease and management agreement. So even if we don't necessarily get the records by the next EOT meeting, that at least we can see that Rec and Park is taking the steps necessary to enforce the contract. I mean, ultimately, if the records are in the possession of the zoo, and Rec and Park doesn't have the key to the file drawer where they're at, there's only so much they can do. But I think we're looking to see that the powers that be over at Rec and Park are actually taking an active role in this. I don't know what you got. Member Kumar?
I agree. I just wanted to say that because in the past, it's great that they're attending now, but in the past, the record has been they don't turn up for the meetings. So in case this happens again, I would suggest going ahead, hearing the matter, even if they're not there. And I think we should make that clear to the Joint Zoo Committee, because if they're really serious about it, they should be coming for that EOTC meeting.
Does that make sense, Ms. Summers, what Member Kumar said? Is that if obviously the best person to come would be the person who's most knowledgeable, which it sounds like you're somewhat knowledgeable, maybe not the most knowledgeable, since there's someone who may be at the zoo, may be able to help answer questions better. So if you could do your best to urge that individual to be part of this process, I think that would be advantageous for both your side and for Mr. Barker. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead, membership.
Go ahead. Whoever, I'm done. So.
I didn't know if there's the continuance is fine. That's fine. I just wanted to get something in before
Sure,
we
go ahead.
continue it. One is just to Mr. Barker, it might be that the way that this is structured, when you make a request or you have a complaint about what's going on at the zoo, maybe you should also submit it to Rec and Park, because they may have a legal responsibility to get records from the zoo. It's not 100% clear if they do, but they may. And also, we can't we talked about willful violations and you mentioned it earlier. We can only really do that if you named a head of an agency. In the cases we were talking about, one involved the mayor and then more importantly, one involved the chief of police. But if there's no individual named, that's not an option for us. Okay, the last thing is, if we're going to see this again, then the motion I would make may be premature. But it's a very simple motion, and I've sort of alluded to it, which is the motion I would make is that we find that the respondent was duly notified of our order and has failed to comply and therefore is in violation of the order that we made on February 5th, 2025. So I would just want to make that motion either now or if we know it's coming back to us later, because I think it's important that we maybe consider doing this step as a step that we don't do, which is if we find that someone's just not doing what we ordered them to do, I think we should take the step of confirming that they violated it at some point and not just sort of like let the things sit out there in a zone of the order is imposed, but they're still sort of working on it for potentially years. If it's coming back, I'll hold off on making the motion. It's just something I want to make sure I get a chance to do.
Yeah, Member Highland here. That's exactly, I want that motion. I'm happy to run with it at EOTC, but I think we need to state that, you know, the SF Zoological Society has not complied with an OD we have issued. We have also determined that under the SF Zoo Lease and Management Agreement 1993, Section E, we find Rec and Parks ultimately responsible, comma, Phil Ginsburg as head of department, ultimately responsible. And we are looking for this information to be released within X calendar days. And no disrespect to Ms. Summers, but communications end of next week is not good enough. I think we need to come down a little harder. I need to set some dates out there, give them 2 weeks if you want, but I'd like to see all those steps come out of committee tonight. I'm happy to monitor and run with it at EOTC along with the other things we're going to do, but we need something concrete. It's been 2 months. We've got zilch, got zero communications, zero accountability. We need to step it up. Ginsburg needs to know it's coming to him, and that needs to be copied on him, because if we do go willful, his name will be on there. So that's what I feel. Yeah.
Is that a motion?
That was a motion.
Okay, so
Boy, I need that motion back, please.
It's in the record. Wow. Thought I summarized it rather nicely. Do I have to do it again?
It
So-
sounded great, but
Clarification, so I have 3 motions pending?
no, I didn't make a motion.
That was the only motion, I guess.
I think that's the only motion.
There were lots of ideas.
There was ideas. I think that was the only motion.
Future motion.
You're seconding Member Highlands? Okay, so
Let me take a stab at recreating the motion.
This is the motion that will be voted on.
yeah. The other ones were not motions. They were just ideas and I think Member Highland captured all of those points in his motion.
Okay. I think it was 3 parts, right? I'll start. Okay. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force finds that the San Francisco Zoological Society has not complied with an order determination issued on February 5th, 2025 to produce records, period. We also find that the Zoological Society is subject to the Sunshine Ordinance and under the SF Zoo Lease and Management Agreement of 1993, brackets Section E of the recitals section and Section 60.2, comma, that Rec and Parks that ultimately Rec and Parks is responsible for any records requests to this society, period. We are asking that Rec and Parks head Phil Ginsburg produce these records in the next 15 calendar days, period. And then I think that might be enough.
And refer to EOT for monitoring.
And EOT will be monitoring for compliance.
Can I add a little wordsmith to that?
Please.
I'd like to maybe take some language from the ordinance itself in 6721E and order the custodian to comply.
Sure. And actually, do we have a meeting that they can appear before us to show it's all been done? I mean, we can give them, 15 calendar days or whatever it is, which I think is more than adequate.
What would be the next EOT?
No, we're not till May, I think, our next one.
Clarification, this is the custodian of the Zoological Committee.
Well, the part where he says
we're
that he should produce that he named who you named Phil Ginsburg and who else?
Yeah, I think we have to go straight to head of department and say that we're asking him to. So he will then turn around and get people to get this information.
So instead of using the word ask, I would replace that with order. Is that the ordinance allows us to order?
Sure.
Compliance.
See, I think I said it best the first time. I really think we should go back to the record. Remember, Schmidt, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I think that it's getting into a zone here where we're now telling Rec and Park to do things. And my concern here is that they never received a document request.
Due diligence.
They never had anything to act on. And they, until very recently, they weren't even in the chain of emails on this because it wasn't a case that had been directed toward them. So I don't know if we can really put them through the process in this way.
Okay.
I think we can, tell them that we are doing this with the zoo and the zoo is compelled, but I don't know if we can put them into our process in quite that way.
Okay. So maybe the first part saying that we've determined that the OD has not been complied with, period. We've also determined that the zoo is beholden to Rec and Park, number 2. And we are looking for Rec and Park's assistance, specifically Mr. Ginsburg's assistance, to obtain these records for us. And we can keep it as neutral as that. And then 2 months later, there's nothing. Then we can escalate as necessary. How about that? Is that?
Yeah.
I think that sets a better tone.
Yeah. And remember, Kumar, you're the secretary. Does that sound acceptable to you? Okay.
So that way we're kind of just getting to the next step, teeing it up, and hopefully they'll step up and assist. And hopefully this summer we'll communicate what's happened here. And
sweet.
So maybe we don't set any timelines. We just, and then EOTC will monitor in 2 weeks.
Your next meeting, yeah. So that gives them.
Well, our next meeting is out, but the body will monitor. I'd like to give it some sort of a time frame.
Well, I mean, that gives them what?
Our next meeting is
May 27th, I think.
May 27th.
Yeah, so that's
April 3rd.
Yeah, probably that's a month and a half. I mean, that seems.
And what happened? Yeah, I would like it. This could be a compliance thing. When's the next? See what I'm doing here?
Yeah, I see what you're doing there. I think our next compliance is April 27th, 22nd. Maybe.
Perfect.
Hold on. You're very good at this. It is.
I just want to keep the.
You like seeing momentum on these things.
Yes, and because then we can pick up on May 27th if we need to.
Right. And in fact, hold on. Why don't I have this on here?
Yeah.
So I say I'm seconding what what Member Highland is saying is because I feel that if compliance handles it and at that time they notice anything where say the department is not taking this seriously, then it can come up with EOTC and then we can take it, we need to then take the necessary actions and decide what.
Actually, looking at the mechanics, if by compliance time, April 27th.
Hold on. I'm actually slightly confused because I don't see it on my calendar and I usually have all of these on, so.
Was it on our admin report?
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna look back at the admin report where you look at it.
22.
In April 22.
That's what it should be. It should be the fourth Tuesday. So it looks like it's my birthday.
Wow.
And Earth Day. A lot going on the 22nd.
Yes.
And CAC, that's the most important though.
So, well said. Spoken like a true chair. So if that happens on the 22nd, it gives us time. Sorry.
Yeah.
So that was so if by the 22nd there's no communication, nothing's been produced, CAC can elevate it to the May 5th full task force, and then we can, if we wanted to, pull out the knives, we can do that as a full task force, right? That keeps. If we push it to EOTC, we lose 2 months. This way, a month later, it's in front of us again.
Yeah, that's actually because that'll give us plenty of time because that's not until a May 7th meeting actually. So
right.
I won't need to get the agenda finalized, in fact, until the following week after CAC. So that gives enough time to get back before
Right.
it's here.
And all you're doing is just checking where the documents produced. Don't worry about all the other stuff. EOTC will continue to monitor, with them. But it starts with these documents. This is part of, what they have to learn how to do, right? Ms. Peterson, would you like me to summarize again?
Or maybe we could have Administrator Peterson read back to you, which she has.
Yeah, I think she has the second version. The third was the best, but maybe I'll just save time and read the third.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Moved by Member Highland that the task force finds that the Zoological Society has not complied with our February 5, 2025 determination to produce records, period. We also find that the Zoological Society is subject to the zoo, this is the management agreement with all the citations.
So this is right out of the OD. We also find that the SF Zoological Society is subject to the Sunshine Ordinance under SF Zoo lease. You've got all this written here. MD3 section either period. We are
Looking to the Recreation and Park.
we are
for
looking
assistance with
Yeah.
obtaining the records.
we are looking to Phil Ginsburg, head of Rec and Parks, to assist with the production of these records.
Just a moment.
Period.
You're looking to Rec and Park or to Mr. Ginsburg?
Yeah, we are asking Phil Ginsburg, head of Rec and Parks, to help facilitate in the production of these records. Period.
We're asking Phil Ginsburg and Rec and Park?
Head of Rec and Park.
We're asking the head of Rec and Park, Phil Ginsburg, to help facilitate the production of these records. Period. We will monitor this at the next meeting of CAC, April 22nd, 2025. Period.
Yeah, I think that's good.
That's pretty neutral, I think. Yes.
What happened to the production of records within the next 15 calendar days? Removed?
Yeah. So it's just we are asking Phil Ginsburg, head of Rec and Park, to help facilitate in the finding of these records, if you like, or production of these records. Yeah. Period. We will monitor progress at the next meeting of compliance and amendments on April 22nd, 2025. 4 chunks ended up with, but
Is there a second?
hold on. I've got one more thing to add. We welcome any knowledgeable representatives of the San Francisco Zoological Society and/or Rec and Parks to appear at the CAC April 22nd meeting.
Member Kumar?
I just want to add a line that
The
in the
microphone.
event that a knowledgeable
Microphone.
in the event that a knowledgeable representative is not present and we don't get the full facts from the department, we will still go ahead with whatever we determine is the logical way ahead in this scenario.
I think we'll just say that at April 22nd. I think CAC should say we're going to recommend it to the full task force with consideration of willful at that point.
I think that's part of what they'll probably do.
I think we're trying to develop the due diligence here, as Member Schmidt said. So I think that's enough for now, personally. And then, but that would be the next step. And if they want to listen to that on the recording and know that, then we've just achieved that, right? So
And that would be at the CAC.
what's that?
That would be at the CAC meeting, not tonight.
What would be? No, just strike that.
Okay.
That's not included.
For purposes of noticing. So
You want to read back what you have?
yes, I will. For purposes of noticing, this will be the current parties and it will be Phil
Yes,
Ginsburg.
yes. Make sure you add Phil Ginsburg.
Okay.
Make sure that you have, I believe, Ashley Summers from Rec and Park.
Tanya
Make sure
Peterson.
you send, and also to anyone that you have addresses to at the zoo.
Tanya Peterson, as well as the zoo secretary, who that is. And, okay, those four parties for sure.
Yes, and adding,
Add Phil Ginsburg for sure.
Yes,
Make sure that he
okay.
gets a notice of this.
Yeah, this is really his notice.
Yeah, this is going to be his notice, right? This is his first time being brought into the loop on this.
Right. Thank you, Member Schmidt, for
he has been receiving, he's been CC'd.
so far.
Add
Oh,
him
good.
to the,
Okay, well, this is the first time he'll see him on the two.
okay,
Yeah, not CC, but two. Yeah.
all right. Moved by Member Highland that the task force finds that the Zoo Society has not complied with our February 5, 2025 determination to produce records. We also find that the Zoological Society is subject to the management agreement, language from the OD, and that we are asking the head of Recreation and Park, Phil Ginsburg, to facilitate the production of these records. Production will be monitored at the next CAC meeting on May 27. We welcome a knowledgeable
May
representative
22.
of the Zoo Society or Recreation and Park to appear at the CAC meeting.
Right.
Department head Phil Ginsburg has been added as a 2.
And you could put 4/22/2025 in there so that it's clear to everyone when the CAC meeting is. So no one can say, oops, I didn't know it was that day.
And then also, I think it'd be useful as a page 2 to have the actual, what was the actual documents that were requested right there so that Mr. Ginsburg can look at and say, okay, someone take care of this. Do you see what I'm saying? Because this all talks about production of records, but we don't say what the records are. That should be in there too, I think, that they don't have to go diving in to find out what it is, right?
Yeah, so yeah, make sure you include the link to the initial packet so it's very clear.
Well,
or at least
I'd love to have just the actual thing.
Oh, yeah.
These records are, here it is. I mean, I don't know if you want to keep it nice and clean.
In the order.
Second paragraph, for reference, here's a link to the records also listed below. I don't know, it's all on one page. Makes it very actionable for Mr. Ginsburg. Hopefully, that's the idea.
And does that work for CAC?
Sure. We want confirmation that everyone.
Yeah, and then you could just let me know, end of that week after you meet, if we are going to put it on the full thing, and that was plenty of time to put it on.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a second?
I think Member Kumar was the second. You're so good at that. Okay, so Member Kumar's the seconder on that. Thank you, EOT people, for taking the lead on this one.
And passing the buck.
At least it's all packaged for you. Fair.
Public comment?
Public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, public comment is closed, so we can move to a vote on that.
Public comment?
Taking the vote on item 10, file number 25003. Chair Highland, Member Highland,
I used to be chair once. Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye. Aye.
I'm sorry, was there someone online who made a statement? All right. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1 absent, 9 ayes.
Could I make a recommendation?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Where's yours?
Maybe in the future, for the cases.
Talk to the mic.
Can you hear me? No. Thank you. In the future, yeah, for cases where there's a joint power, like this one with the zoo and rec and park, that we suggest to the person requesting the records that they send records requests to both entities instead of just one.
Yeah.
And that way, we've got the entity that is overseeing this other power, bless you, and the power that's administering the department. They both get it at the same time. So whichever one can give us the records, then they both are on notice that the records are requested. And that would make it probably a lot easier for the public to just say, hey, I got them both in and I'm not getting compliance from either, or I'm getting compliance.
Yeah. Mr. Barker, I think it was an excellent suggestion from Member Anderson. So perhaps every time you send a sunshine request to the zoo, that you also send essentially the same request to Rec and Park. And so Rec and Park can't claim that they didn't know that you sent it to the zoo. We would probably have this sped up multiple months if they were all put on notice at the same time.
In fact, Member Highland here, several journalists have used this tactic to ping both, get a response from one, and then create a complaint against the other, which is fair. You know, they both had the chance to respond, and it's a good way of getting what you want in timely fashion, and also exposing where there's a breakdown in sunshine.
Yes, essentially send it to as many people as you think might be able to help. And then,
Exactly.
okay. I think we're ready to move on to item number 11.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker.
And thank you, Ms. Summers, too, for joining us. We appreciate that.
Thank you for people coming here too.
And our members of the audience, thank you for coming. We appreciate your input.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Item 11, file number 25012. Complaint filed by Barclay Sanders against SF 311 for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On February 5, 2025, respondent responded to a notice to respondents and stated that that SF 311 declared no contest to all allegations in the complaint, had reassessed its processes, and would be adding the functionality for submitting written records requests to its website. On March 5, 2025, the task force moved to schedule file number 25012 for a full hearing before the task force at the April 2nd, 2025 regular meeting. We have a representative from 311 online. Mr. Dyer, I am moving you to a panelist position. Mr. Sanders, could you raise your hand, please?
Mr. Barclay Sanders, are you still with us?
Sanders?
Was here earlier.
Yeah, have a moment.
Why don't we do this? Since he seems to have disappeared and you need to call him, why don't we just take a 5-minute break? people can get up and stretch that way. And I'll give us time for our administrator to try to get Mr. Sanders back on the line. So we'll take a recess until 7:15.
Microphones are off. Microphones are on. The time is 7:18 p.m.
Okay, we're back on the record at 7:18.
Microphones are on, please.
Caught it once or twice and I was like, oh, sorry.
Okay. So we have tried to reach Mr. Sanders and he does not seem to be here. We now have, I believe, so this is the complaint that if you recall, last time we heard, it was part of the consent agenda. We severed it from consent and we kind of split roughly 50-50 on whether or not we saw a violation or did not see a violation here. SF 311 pled no contest and said they're taking steps to make some changes, essentially. But we couldn't agree on how to proceed. So here we are. We made a motion that finally did pass at last meeting to hold a full hearing for this. Mr. Sanders was here earlier in this meeting, but he seems to have disappeared and we cannot seem to make contact with him now. So I don't know how everyone here wants to proceed on this.
I would love to bump it towards the end of our agenda. And if he's still not here, we might want to treat both of these somewhat differently. But I would just move for now to bump it to the end of the agenda since we know that he was here earlier.
Okay. Now, my only concern is, do we have anyone here? Actually, I'm going to get ahead of ourselves. Why don't we, do you want to make a motion? Unless anyone else disagrees, to make a motion just to table it until after item number 13, I think would be the appropriate motion.
I was going
Do we see if the other parties here though?
For the next one. Also.
Okay, so I would make a motion to table items, is it 11 and 12?
Well, before we do, maybe we should do this. Let's just do this one first and make sure that the person on the phone may be available then.
Okay.
What do you think?
Well, okay.
They're here now. I don't want to the person from 311, is it Mr. Dyer?
Good evening.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. So what we're experiencing is the problem with Mr. Mr. Sanders. He was here and then he seems to have been disconnected. We don't know what happened. If we move this to a little bit later in the meeting, would you mind staying on the line with us?
I could stay a little while. I just, it's been 3.5 hours I've been here waiting for this. So I'm just curious of how much longer this will be. I know, I'm ready to discuss it, but I'm just really curious. I guess my first question for the committee, because I know this was presented to us at 311. I was out, and I know the city administrator's office responded back to the committee and said no contest, where I think that was they misunderstood the whole violation, the process to responding back to you, because after reviewing, the complaint and the process and the ordinance itself, I couldn't find anything that requires departments to provide the public with the ability to submit sunshine requests electronically. So I'm at a loss of why we were found in violation of the sunshine ordinance to begin with.
Well, you weren't. To start with, you weren't.
Okay. All right.
Someone from 311 submitted no contest to the violation, which essentially is, equivalent to going into court and saying we're not going to contest. We accept that we, so we can discuss all that. So, Mr. Sanders has the next two agenda items. Now I'm going to get to, we're only on item 11 right now. So what's being proposed is that we essentially, what's currently item 13 that we would hear next, and then that would give Mr. Sanders a little time to try to reconnect. Are you okay if we hear?
Yeah, I could wait a while longer. Yep.
Okay. I just want to be respectful of that. Okay, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Stein.
Okay, so then I make a motion, this is Vice Chair Stein, I make a motion to move item 11 and 12 to be heard after item 13 on our current agenda.
Don't we need to hear from the respondent on 12?
Yeah, I would say, should we wait before we touch number 12? Because I want to make sure.
Let's do this whole thing again, which is right.
Do you want the Roberts rule, the rules?
Yes, please.
Thing?
Yeah,
you want to table the item until whenever you want it to be later in the agenda, and then somebody's got to take it from the table.
Okay.
That's the
remember, Wolf, can we do both 11 and 12, or should we do each one separately?
No, you can do both. You're making an agenda adjustment. It's fine. They're just items.
Got it. Could we hear from the people here from Treasure Island though before we do that, just to make sure that they don't have a time commitment? I know we're kind of going a little out of order, but are you folks here from Treasure Island Development Authority? And my concern, Vice Chair Stein, is that they also just went to EOT and that got continued. So I want to be very respectful of their time because they've already shown up to one meeting, only been sent home. Would you be okay if we heard item number 13 next?
I guess not. I guess that'd be fine.
Yeah, okay.
It's again, 3.5 hours. I don't know why Mr. Sanders.
Okay. So you can, I just want to make sure everyone have their chance. So go ahead.
Okay, so I guess I'm moving to table these matters until after item 13. I'm moving to table item 11 and 12 until after item 13.
Okay, so there's a motion by Vice Chair Stein to table items 11 and 12 until after item number 13.
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Member Wolf. Do we have any public comment on that particular motion?
If there's anyone in the online community who would like to make public comment on tabling items 11 and 12 until after item 13 is heard, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no public comment.
Okay. Members, any other comments? If not, we can move to a
I
vote.
just want to make sure Ms. Peterson left a message for Mr. Sanders.
Did you leave a message for Mr. I don't think she has his phone number.
I didn't have his phone number.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, take the vote.
Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Yankee.
No.
Chair Yankee, no. One absent, one no.
Okay, so we'll hear that after item number 13. So let's go ahead and call item number 13.
Item number 13, file number 25018. Complaint filed by Jonathan Baylog against the Office of Short-Term Rentals, San Francisco Planning, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. We have Jonas Ionen from the Planning Department promoting him to panelist. Mr. Baylog, would you please raise your hand so that we know where you are, and I will promote you to panelist. You've been unmuted. Confirming that this is Mr. Baylog?
Yes, this is Jonathan Baylog.
One moment, please. Moving you to a panelist position. The parties are panelists.
Okay, this did not get to go to a committee. It was scheduled to go to EOT, which was canceled, as we already discussed. So we're going to go ahead and just start our normal hearing process, but we're going to make both the determination on jurisdiction over the complaint, and then the hearing will be wrapped up into one motion. But that's why there's an A and B component to this item. So we'll start with the petitioner for 5 minutes, followed by the respondent. And just to check with the petitioner, is it just you, or do you have any other parties or witnesses that will also be presenting? Mr. Baylog?
It's just myself.
Just you? Okay. All right. So you'll have 5 minutes to present, and our administrator, Clerk Peterson, will let you know when she's ready for you to begin.
Are you ready
All
to
right,
begin?
thank you. Yes.
Your 5 minutes starts now.
Good evening, members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I'll briefly explain why the city's refusal violates both the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance and the California Public Records Act, and why these addresses tied to a commercial activity should not be hidden from the public. California Public Records Act establishes public access to government records unless a specific exemption applies. The city cannot pick which records to disclose based on vague or unsupported claims. They've cited San Francisco Administrative Code Chapter 41A.4 as justification for withholding addresses, but they haven't pointed to any specific provision or any exemption that explicitly prohibits disclosure. Under California Public Records Act, Section 7922.525, agencies must justify withholdings with clear legal authority. The city provided a broad reference to Chapter 41A.4, which governs registration requirements, but not disclosure bans. Without a precise citation, their denial is legally insufficient. Short-term rental permits are licenses issued by the city to authorize a regulated activity, much like building permits, business licenses, or liquor licenses. These are inherently public records because they reflect government oversight of activities affecting the community. The city of short-term rentals, the Office of Short-Term Rentals of the city, they claim that addresses must be redacted to protect privacy, but that lacks merit. When the records requested, property addresses alone don't include personal identifiers. The public has a right to know where these permitted operations occur, just as with any other licensed activity. The city asserts that redactions are legally required to protect individual property interests. I believe the California Supreme Court ruled that public interest in government oversight can outweigh minimal privacy concerns, especially when disclosure doesn't reveal sensitive personal data. Again, I've only asked for addresses, not owner names or financial details. The city has failed to show how releasing a property address alone invades privacy in a way that justifies secrecy under California Public Records Act, Section 7927.700, or any other law. Their reliance on Chapter 41A.4 is a red herring unless they can quote specific text spanning address disclosure, which they have not. Finally, operating a short-term rental with a city-issued permit is, by definition, a commercial activity. These properties are offered to the public for lodging, competing with hotels, and impacting housing availability, issues of intense public concern in San Francisco. Unlike private residences, these are business operations subject to regulation and taxation. Hiding these addresses shields a commercial enterprise from scrutiny, contradicting the transparency mandates of both the Sunshine Ordinance and California Public Records Act. If a hotel's address isn't secret, neither should a short-term rental be. Given the city's refusal to disclose this information and the lack of legal grounding to conduct this refusal, I ask the task force to order the release of the requested addresses. That ends my comments. Thank you for my time.
Okay, thank you for presenting. We'll move on to the respondent for 5 minutes.
Mr. Ionen, are you ready?
I am.
Your 5 minutes begins now.
Okay. So as my brief summarizes, we received this record request on February 21st, responded on February 24th. The complainant contends that the Office of Short-Term Rentals violated the Sunshine Ordinance by refusing access to information, incomplete compliance, and disregard for public interest. Specifically, the Office of Short-Term Rental redacted addresses of short-term rentals in San Francisco and the names of those property owners and applicants. I do want to stress that the Office of Short-Term Rentals did provide zip codes as geographic identifiers, which, how we understand it, is what the complainant is actually after. The Office of Short-Term Rentals did not refuse access to information as permitted by the law, complied completely, and did not fail to provide proper attention to the public interest. The Office of Short-Term Rentals did, in fact, redact names and addresses from public view as mandated by the Administrative Code cited under Section 41A.4 definitions. And in our brief, we added emphasis to the section that restricts our ability as we interpret this section of the Administrative Code. And I will just read it into the record. The registry shall be available to public review to the extent required by law, except that, to the extent permitted by law, the department shall, and I will stress again, the department shall redact any permanent resident names and street and unit numbers from the records available for public review. I will further bring your attention to Mr. Baylog's correspondence on February 24th via email to Mr. Sanchez of the Office of Short-Term Rentals, where he contends that requesting further clarification on disclosing street addresses without personal identifiers would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. So my request seeks only the locations of permitted short-term rentals to analyze permit distribution and compliance trends across neighborhoods. We feel that zip codes would sufficiently provide that information to satisfy the purpose for the request, the record request, but that section 41A.4 prohibits us from providing the specific names, street, and unit numbers from public disclosure. And that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, members, any questions for either party? Member LaHood, go ahead.
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Ionen. Would it be possible to provide block numbers for these addresses? Meaning the 1,000 block of Van Ness or the 1,500 block of Union.
I suppose it would be possible, yes.
Would it be difficult to do that?
It's not exactly a record that we produce, so it would require us to, do additional work to provide that.
How many records are we talking about? Could you give us a total number of units that meet this qualification?
I would not have that information.
Although you did provide, you provided records by zip code, so it could be tallied. You just don't happen to know that off the top of
I
your
don't
head.
have a finite number of exactly how many records that would be, right?
Do you?
Yes, we did provide the zip codes.
Okay.
Which gives you a geographic region in San Francisco, right? It's pretty much by neighborhood.
Would it be possible to give street names and zip codes, which would possibly help to narrow it down further?
Well,
Meaning, is the building number kept in a different column than the street name?
is the building number?
So I'm picturing an Excel spreadsheet. I'm sure what you're using is not an Excel spreadsheet, but when addresses are entered, is the number of the address and the street of the address entered in one field or in two fields?
I wouldn't know that offhand. Probably not. I mean, generally you're not adding a number and then the street name in two different fields. generally speaking, the way I enter addresses, but I wouldn't know if that's a separate field in the database.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Member Schmidt, go ahead.
To Mr. Ionin, the part of 41A.4 that I want to just ask you a couple questions about. It's interesting. It's a single sentence. The registry shall be available for public review to the extent required by law, except that to the extent permitted by law, the department shall redact any permanent resident names and street and unit numbers on the records available for public review. I've never seen a sentence before that twice states the exception otherwise required or permitted by law. Now, it's not that you or I wrote the sentence, but I wonder if in your consideration of this, you took into account the existence of the Sunshine Ordinance as being the law that's referred to there.
We're basically taking chapter or administrative code 41A for what it says. We shall redact. We're going to use the more restrictive. Does the Sunshine Ordinance dictate that Office of Short-Term Rentals should be disclosing more information than permitted by chapter 41A? I mean, we're just trying to comply with the law as we interpret it. If you interpret it differently, maybe we should ask the advice of the city attorney's office as to how we should be interpreting it. But as far as I know, that's the advice we've received, and that's how we've been interpreting and administrating it.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Are we ready for rebuttals? Let's see any hit. Okay, let's go ahead and do rebuttals. So we'll start with the respondent for 3 minutes and then petitioner for 3 minutes.
Okay, one moment, please.
Am I first?
Yeah.
Okay, your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay, no rebuttal.
Thank you.
And the petitioner for 3 minutes.
All right.
I'd just like to clarify a response that was made by the gentleman representing the city. My initial inquiry was for
Mr. Baylog? Mr. Baylog, we're having a bit of trouble understanding you. Did you want to offer rebuttal?
I just want to clarify something that
You'll have 3 minutes just to speak, but you need to speak clearly into the phone because we're having a hard time understanding you.
And your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay, just to clarify, can you hear me now? Am I coming through clearly?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just want to clarify that when I had submitted the request to the city, I had specifically asked for a list of properties with short-term rental permits. The gentleman from the city, when he was commenting that I only asked for the zip codes, that is incorrect. My request was for a list of properties, not a list of zip codes. I have no further comments.
Are you still there, or have you finished your comments?
I finished. I have no further comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, how did we want to decide this one?
Member Highland here. Jonas, is Kevin Guy still the director of OSDR?
No, Kevin Guy's no longer with the department. He hasn't been so for a significant period of time. Diego Sanchez, who responded to the record request, of the complainant is the manager of that unit.
Okay. Back in 2019, Kevin Guy appeared before us in file number 18095 for a very similar complaint. I'm going to read that into the record so we have some precedent here. And I don't have to recuse myself because Mr. Guy is no longer there. I do know him. So the petitioner requested, let me just get the exact language in here. So I think at that time, Mr. Guy responded with a certificate number, a street name, street type, and a zip code. We found that was not enough. We ruled violation of 6721B, 6721, 6726, and 6727. I don't believe there was any follow-up to this. Bruce, you were chair back then. You may remember. I think this just died. I don't think we went back to see whether anything happened. But basically, OSTR has not complied with a very similar OD from 5 years ago, 6 years ago now. So I just wanted to get that into the record and give you guys a little bit of background. It was the same defense, Administrative Code 41A, based on the advice of the DCA. So you don't need to go to the DCA. This is what they will tell you, Jonas. So I guess it's before us as to, and this is why it'd be great to have a database to pull this stuff up. I just happen to remember this case. So, you know, at least in that case, they provided a little bit more information. Are you able to do that? And maybe meet Mr. Baylog, at least as far as Mr. Kevin Guy did. And I can read that piece to you again if you like. So I don't know if the certificate number is relevant, but the other pieces, you know, at least the street name, right? Street, like there's 5 rentals on this street, there's 10 rentals on that street. Don't have to have the address.
Right, and you said street name, and then there was another thing after it, which I'm assuming is Street Avenue Boulevard.
So responded with a certificate number, a street name, street type.
I think that's Street Avenue, et cetera.
Yeah, and a zip code. So, you know, how about Dolores Avenue or Mission Street plus a zip code? I mean, that might, you know, and since you're already redacting that, you already have that. Hopefully that won't, you know, be too onerous to produce. What say you, Mr. Ionin?
We'd have to look into it and see how easy that would be to do. But if Mr. Baylog really feels that that's an improved document, I mean, we may have to charge him for staff time, but we could certainly do it. It's just, again, it's staff.
Sure. So under SOTF,
it's not, again, it's not a document that we just
right. Well, it sounds like it's a document that you're redacting. Am I understanding that correctly?
We're putting together a document, yes.
Okay, so you're pulling it from your database. Okay. Well, it looks like it was done before. That doesn't necessarily mean it was done easily, but and again, we don't have an idea of.
And the city attorney's advice may have changed between then and now. So
yeah, possibly.
We would still have to reach out to the city attorney's office to make sure that we're compliant with their advice and how Chapter 41A is, you know, being complied with.
Right.
Go ahead.
I have a question for Mr. Baylog.
And I will just enter into the record, I am confused why zip codes aren't sufficient for Mr. Baylog's purposes.
Mr. Baylog, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So I have a question for you. You received some records by zip code, do you know what the count of records you received was? Like roughly, was it a spreadsheet with 600 items or 2,000 items? How many items were in the file you received?
Let me check here. I received an Excel spreadsheet. There were 3 columns: street name.
Oh, you do have street name.
And zip code. So it looks like here. And
Wait,
2,254 records.
Okay, 2,250. And you said there's street name, street type. Are there street names and street types entered in there, or are those all blacked out?
No, they're not redacted. I have street names, street types, and zip codes.
Oh, so you have exactly what we have been requesting. So you have street names, street types, and zip codes. You just don't have the actual street address.
That's correct.
Okay. And are you able, okay. I'm going to let others think about this because that's what we were fighting for, but it sounds like you have that. And I suppose the only possible improvement on that without giving specific addresses would be to give the number block, but that would take time. However, 2,250 is not that many, and having done projects like this manually, it's doable.
So,
but I'll leave it at that.
Member Highland here, just to summarize again the last case, we were balancing between, a person's assumption of not being private if you're entering into a business arrangement with the city, but secondly, Mr. Guy argued that if the actual addresses were given, people could then find them on the app and see when a property was vacant potentially and lead to break. There was the 2 sides of the coin. But in the end, we ruled against the OSTR. We ruled they made a violation. We ordered them to produce the records, and I don't believe they comply. That's all I'll say.
Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not as much in a let's work this out kind of mode until I just put on the record that I believe that Mr. Balog's reference to the CBS case, California Supreme Court, is completely on point. And I'm going to just put some law in here. First, the 41A4 provision, let's remember that that's not a state level exemption of any kind. We deal with state law exemptions. The Brown Act, the CPRA, those are state law. One, state law is superior to this local law. 2, this local law in 2 places says to the extent permitted by law. It makes an exception to that. What that should refer to is CPRA, Sunshine Ordinance. So the designation of names and street and unit numbers, we shouldn't assume that that's protected by this statute. I think that it's a pretty strong case to say that Mr. Balog is entitled to not just the street and unit numbers, but also the names of these people. And he's exactly right, because these are people who asked to do business and to get permitted by the city to do business at their residence, to rent them out. Now, that's where the CBS case comes in and other case law. Now, I pulled up a little 1-page analysis of privacy, which is, I think, what this comes down to, that I put into the 2022 Task Force annual report. And what it I talked about the CBS case in there, and there's a couple other cases that I referred to in there. And basically, that privacy is a protection often for people's names, addresses, say when they're in, indexed in government records for some reason. But that's not a protection where they are basically coming in. It's called coming into the public sphere. And these are people who are, again, filing an application with the city because they want to make money, they want to run a business, whether or not it's in their residential building, they're submitting a request for what's in essence a business license. And the privacy protections of this state don't go that far. They're actually a lot more limited. And I know we see privacy all the time, and we have a sort of a gut reaction to that is, oh yeah, well, those things should be protected. Well, the CBS case said there's no privacy protection for people who apply for concealed weapon permits. There's no privacy protection in another case, which is New York Times v. Superior Court, 1980, California. Names of water rationing violators. And then there's the last case is names and addresses of people who bought luxury suites in a public arena. They filed requests and they bought, and that's the CSU Fresno case, 2011. And so it comes down to, did these people voluntarily submit information to enter, quote, into the public sphere? That's what was said in the CSU Fresno case referring to CBS. So I don't think even the names here, and I don't think he wants the names. He would like to have the addresses, and I think he's entitled to these under the limited application of 41A4 and the other provision which is submitted here, which is general constitutional statutory privacy. That's all.
Thank you, Member. Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to remind us that in November 2018, the voters approved the Privacy First policy, which is a charter amendment, which is now section 16130. And this regards how personal information is to be managed with regards to practices for the city contractors, lessees, grantees, third parties receiving permits, licenses, or other entitlements, and persons including businesses and other entities within the regulatory authority of the city. And I'm just wondering if there's any intersection of that and whether that supersedes some of the cases that Member Schmidt just provided for us. And with regards to section 14.4.
I'm not quite, were you finished? I didn't know.
Yeah,
if you
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not quite sure what Privacy First exactly was doing. Was it trying to actually create an additional privacy right in addition to what already existed? Or was it more just stating some kind of a general proposition and then authorizing people to act upon it in some way, like institute regulations within the city? I just don't recall that myself.
Yeah, it provides authority to to implement the guidance of the Privacy First policy, either by commissions, boards, departments, bodies, or any officials with regards to it. There's a specific definition of personal information, which includes addresses, includes all kinds of things, and it's not necessarily limited.
Yeah,
Talks about the collection and storage and the sharing of personal information prior to authorizing and prior to any change. I mean, it's fairly extensive.
completely valid question you have there, Member Wolf. I acknowledge absolutely. I got to say I don't know the answer to that. I just don't know if it was actually intended to be dealing with anything other than like large lists that included people's identifying information, like consumers, social security numbers, bank records, rosters, where people, their names would be swept up in people's like attempts to gain data. I don't know. I don't know if it goes further than that.
Yeah, I mean, just a short list of this. It includes individual's name, signature, social security number, physical characteristics or description, address, geolocation data, IP address, telephone number, passport number, driver's license or state identification number, insurance policies, education, employment history, bank account numbers, credit card numbers, debit card numbers, and any other financial information, medical information, genetic and biometric data, or health insurance information, period.
And this says these are all now private, according to city law. Is that what?
Protected information, yes.
So this, you're saying that this is a law that grants all of that. If it exists in this city's records, a right of privacy. I don't know. I'm just wondering if that's what it is.
What I just read was just the definition of personal information.
Okay.
How an entity, a city entity, would implement the guidance of principles of the policy is a completely different question, and it's a very complex set of rules. So, I mean, this is something I would possibly forward to our legal counsel here, our legal advisor, as to where the intersection of the statutes that were cited in the complaint and in the response, how they apply to now this new charter amendment. This is in the charter. This is not in a code. So it supersedes the code.
Yeah, I don't have anything further on that. My gut is that it would not affect the analysis, but its language is so broad, even though it talks about, well, you're going to take our privacy first emphasis and somehow tell, like create your own divisional rules on what's private and what's not. And I guess that's the intention here. I don't know if anyone has actually acted on it in any department in the city. I'm just not sure. I don't know if anyone's done anything in that regard.
This may help. Yeah. This may help. So in section 16-130 of the charter, It says the privacy first policy may not be implemented in a manner that is inconsistent with voter approved ordinances regarding privacy, open meetings, or public records. Notwithstanding other provision of the charter, the Board of Supervisors is authorized to, by ordinance to amend, and this is the whole thing about the Board of Supervisors being able to amend the Sunshine Ordinance. But nonetheless, it can't be implemented.
Yeah.
According to this, it can't be implemented as inconsistent with voter-approved ordinances.
That's important. That's very important, because I think that is an answer. If something is otherwise an obtainable public record, that seems to indicate that the privacy first, whatever regulations come out of privacy first, will not suddenly render Sunshine available information as being not available.
Right.
That's what it sounds like to me. So I think that, yeah, I mean, I think that was a very good catch, Member Wolf, on, bringing that up in this context. Yes. Although I think I'll stand with my belief at this point that he'd be even entitled to people's names if they're on a permit application that is on file in a city department.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I don't know this section of the charter that well, at least the way it's been included, and I really would probably defer to legal counsel for advice. I'll stop there.
Member Wolf, yeah, also in reading Prop B from 2018, it looks like there was the city administrator is basically directed to propose an ordinance to basically promulgate various rules regarding, putting privacy charter amendment into effect. And one of them says they'll consider when issuing permits, licenses, and other entitlements that involve or may future involve collection, storage, or sharing of personal information in connection with or generated by the permit, license, or other entitlement. So I don't know what that ordinance said, and I don't know, but it looks like they may have thought about the fact that there's personal information involved in things like a license or whatever you want to call it to have a short-term rental.
Well, just to follow up on that real quick, there is in that provision regarding the city administrator, and you're right, it says for the purposes of consideration by the Board of Supervisors, an ordinance establishing criteria and rules that the city shall adhere to, one, in the city's own practices for the collection, storage, sharing, and use of personal information. So I don't know if the Board of Supervisors has passed an ordinance on how this should be implemented or not.
Right, that's my point. So I think, this is, I'm sorry. Okay, do you want to go, Member?
No, I just wanted you to know, yeah.
Go ahead.
No. So I was curious what it says when you submit an application to be a host.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, the first thing it tells you have to, or actually the first step is review the eligibility criteria. The second step is register as a business. And then it says, and it specifies if you believe you meet when you complete an online business registration, make sure to use the street address of your home where you plan to host short-term rentals as the business location. Everybody knows who's doing this, that they are starting a business and they're applying for a business certificate. And this is a business address. They also happen to live there, but they know what they're doing. This isn't something that was suddenly sprung on them. Oh, I didn't know if I was doing this, that I was applying for a business license to do business out of this location. It seems to me that they know what they're doing when they get into this. And it is and it also says, hold on, that when you do this, a notice is sent to, hold on, it said something about your neighbors. For residential units located in RH1 zoning districts, the Office of Short-Term Rentals will send a notice to all property owners and residential tenants who live within 300 feet of your residential unit and nearby neighborhood groups registered with the planning department. Notice recipients will have 45 days to submit comments to the Office of Short-Term Rentals. Neighborhood input will only affect your application if someone submits sufficient evidence that your residential unit is ineligible to host short-term rentals. So ostensibly, someone could request all of those notices that have been sent out, and those are also public records that are going to have the specific addresses. So at this point, I see no reason not to release all these addresses.
Yeah. I addresses to me is sort of a level of privacy, and then maybe names is a little more of a level. Although even name is not really as big a deal as if we're talking about like the highest level, which is social security numbers, bank account numbers. We're not talking about any of that. We're just talking about the person who's put their name on the business and where the business is located, because the location has significance in itself.
I would also want to know if there was any concerns for protection that any of those addresses might have, so that the city would have a responsibility to maintain that protection of identification. If there was some criminal activity or a TRO or any kind of stay away orders or anything like that, or threats against those people, that would be probably justified for redaction.
Yeah, that's a good question. If you are trying to not reveal where you live, what happens if you want to, I guess, open an Airbnb? Do you sort of waive that protection that you might have? I don't know.
There's the Secretary of State's Safe at Home program that is a way to, I think, kind of what Member Wolf was talking about, to confidential address program administered by Secretary of State. It's kind of protect people's addresses for, a variety of reasons: domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, home. So I think there may be some small times when there may be, redactions. I don't know how that would, Officer would know that.
But I'm sorry, but in these, in the collection of data for this particular records request, was that data, provided voluntarily by the person, or was it collected by the city because under a city program without the person's knowledge, because they're part of a subsidy or part of some program where they receive some sort of benefit? Their information would automatically be collected.
Member Highland here. I think Member LaHood just pointed out that it's very obvious that you're applying as a business, and therefore it's in the public domain.
Okay.
Yeah, these were affirmative. These people, it's almost like you're asking for to create a corporation or creating a fictitious business name. You have to submit an application to the city, and that's it's on file, and that's creating a business and doing the business at that building. That's what's going on here.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, and the idea that there might be certain cases where people are part of registries or things where that information needs to be kept private might be what 41A4 means when it says, to the extent the department shall redact resident names and street and unit numbers to the extent, are permitted by law. right? Because it doesn't say it has to redact them all. It says to the extent permitted by law. So what law are they talking about? And it could be that, you know, places where people have applied to keep their information private because they've been stalked or harassed or domestic violence or whatever, that's an example of where you would not, you know, where you would redact it.
So 41A is cited in this application page. So it says, if you are the permanent resident of a residential unit, you may conduct short-term rentals upon submission of an application to the Office of Short-Term Rentals and compliance with other operational requirements outlined in Administrative Code Chapter 41A and summarized above and discussed below. So, and you got that from a different direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, is the purpose of this, is this the Airbnb, you know, thing? Is that what this is?
I think so. I think so.
Yes,
Okay,
this started back.
Yeah, we're at like an hour and 15 minutes in this, and we have people who've been waiting patiently. So I think we need to either make a motion to decide this, or if we feel we need more information, then we need to determine that. But
So just the
kinda hit
record,
our-
member Highland here. I think last time we, you know, the same arguments were presented, 41A Administrative Code, but we didn't have a lawyer on staff that pointed out the distinction that Member Schmidt has. So I feel I would support a motion that would determine that, you know, that the law is being followed, should be followed, and it's not 41A, it's the larger laws, and therefore they should produce documents. So I would support a motion to that extent.
And I think actually, I looked up the OD, and I think it was made by then member Kate, who was our attorney representative, in fact, which landed in the same place as well. Member
Yeah, I
Schmidt.
didn't look at the deliberation, whether it, you know, maybe it was the same, maybe he did mention, you know, that you see what your defense is, but we don't find it compelling, and we make an OD that you produce. So our position is the same, but I think it's more detail here today.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is the registry. All right. Got it.
Yeah.
Do you have a motion, Member Schmidt, maybe?
I would, the motion I would make, I'm divided between ordering that the addresses be produced, or ordering that the addresses and the names be produced. And I would go for either of those. I think that he's seeking addresses as opposed, I don't know if he wants names. I just feel that we'd be on safer grounds if we're just talking about the address, partly because of the what we were talking about there, this possibility that some of these people may be, you know, having the name out there, maybe they're vulnerable, et that concerns me a little bit.
And if it help if I read would it help if I read the initial records request so you know what he was asking?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I would like it, it's actually on page 6 and says, I would like to request a list of all properties with an active short-term rental or vacation rental permit. Additionally, I would like a list of all properties currently registered with the transient occupancy tax certificate.
Okay.
So that's what the request is.
Yeah, yeah. I'd say.
I don't think I mentioned names.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll make a motion that the non-provision of property addresses requested by petitioner is a violation of 67.21. And we therefore order that by the terminology of the request be responded to in full, including all the property identification requested.
Moved by Member Schmidt that the non-provision of property addresses requested by petitioner is a violation of 67.21, and we therefore order that by the terminology of the request to be responded to in full, including all of the property identification requested.
I'll second it.
Sorry, Member Wolf, was that you?
Yes.
If you want to.
Yeah, do we want to put a time limit and any compliance portion to that as well?
I have no problem with that. I guess I always think that if we do refer to 6721, we're going into the 5-day.
By default.
By default.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you want to include a compliance part then, just so I know to keep it open for compliance purposes? I'm just trying to standardize.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
The standard, since it's an order, this be referred to the compliance committee for follow-up.
Okay, so we have a motion by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Wolf. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
Persons wishing to make public comment on item 13, file number 25018. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. Online, please raise your hand or press *3. I saw one hand raised and then it disappeared. One moment, please. Is there a hand raised online? Would you like to make public comment?
Are respondents allowed to comment?
No, Mr. Ione, you can't give public comment.
We have no request for public comment.
Okay, seeing no request for public comment, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that motion.
Is it possible to submit some comments?
Mr. Ionen, you can comment further at the compliance meeting if you feel there's additional things that need to be worked out, but we've already made a motion and we're going to vote.
You're not basing it on any legal basis. You're just sort of grabbing at multiple sections of the chart.
Mr. Ionen, no, that's not appropriate, please.
The Sunshine Ordinance. Without even conferring with your legal counsel, which you have available to you.
Mr. Ionen, that's out of order. Please stop.
Just pointing out fact.
Can you please move to take the vote on that?
Taking the vote on item 13, file number 25018. Member Schmidt.
Member Schmidt.
Sorry. Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1 absent, 9 ayes.
Okay, thank you to both of you for joining us this evening. And with that, let's go back to item number 11.
Item number 11, file number 25.
I move to take it from the table because it's been tabled, right?
Oh, do we have to make a motion for that?
Yes, I move to take from the table item number 11, file number 25012.
Can we take both of them together from the table since we put them both on?
Oh, yeah. There's 11 and 12?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, I move to take from the table file number 25012 and file number 25015.
I'll second that.
And are these continued?
Continue to do that.
We tabled them.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we don't do that, if we don't take them from the table today, then they basically go poof.
Okay, so I'll second that.
Moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Chair Yankee to take from the table file numbers 25012 and 25015.
It's procedural. It doesn't require public comment.
Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay. But I do think we have to still call the roll on it because you're remote, unless that's changed. I don't think.
Okay. However.
So if you could go ahead and take the vote on that.
Taking the vote, Member Wolf,
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee,
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt,
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood,
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman,
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar,
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland,
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Vice Chair Stein,
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. One absent, 9 ayes.
Okay, please call item number 11 now.
Item number 11, file number 25012. Complaint filed by Barclay Sanders against SF 311 for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On February 25, 2025, respondent responded to a notice to respondent and stated that SF 311 declared no contest to all allegations in the complaint, had reassessed its processes, and would be adding the functionality for submitting written records requests to its website. On March 5, 2025, the task force moved to schedule file number 25012 for a full hearing before the task force at the April 2nd, 2025 regular meeting.
Okay, has Mr. Sanders returned?
Mr. Sanders, if you are in the room, would you please raise your hand? I'm using the app, or press *3. We have no one approaching the podium and no one online with their hand raised.
I'm going to move to close file 25012 pursuant to complaint procedure 7B. And that would be the provision for non-appearance of the petitioner.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Anderson. Public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment, please approach the podium if you're in the room, or press *3 or raise your hand in the app. I'll give you a moment. We have no public comment.
Okay, not seeing any hands, so I think we can go ahead and take the vote on that one. Make sure we note for the record that the respondent was present.
Noting for the record that respondent is present at the meeting. Taking the vote on item 11, file number 25012, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. One absent, 9 ayes.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. I think it was Mr. Dyer for joining us, and apologize that the petitioner did not show you. He was here earlier and then apparently disappeared. So let's go ahead and call item number 12.
Item number 12. File number 25015. Complaint filed by Barclay Sanders against Treasure Island Development Authority for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay, and I'm assuming Mr. Sanders has not joined us in the last Minute.
Mr. Sanders, if you have joined us online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3.
I am assuming that we do have representatives from Treasure Island Development Authority. They've waited a very long time. I think, based on that, we owe it to them, particularly since their second meeting that they've been to. If they wanted to make a statement, I certainly, would hear from them. You don't have to either. I mean, it's up to you. Okay. I just wanted to afford you that privilege since you did wait this long. Okay. Then based on that, I would move to close file 25015 pursuant to complaint procedure 7B, which is again, the non-appearance of the petitioner.
Second.
Seconded by member Sugarman.
If there's anyone online who would like to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one approaching the podium, no hands raised.
Okay, public comments closed. Let's move to a vote on that.
Taking the vote on item 12, file number 25015. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 1 absent, 9 ayes.
Okay, that motion passes. That file has been closed. Thank you for joining us. Apologies again that this lasted so long. He seemed like he would be here, and then he wasn't.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're now on to item number 14.
Can I make a comment?
Oh, go ahead.
I think maybe in the
Can't hear
future.
you in the microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, maybe in the future, this is Member Anderson, maybe if we have the respondents are here in person and or online, and if the petitioner disappears, then if everyone else is here, I will probably in the future, and it'll be on case by case, but unless the petitioner has sent us a note or an email saying, I'm running out of the house for a minute because it's on fire, but as soon as the fire department gets done with the house, I'm going to be back, that we just call the cases as they're on the agenda. Because it's unfair to go through, to have them sit here or be online to say, thank you very much.
That's why I was the grumpy dissent vote. I agree with you. Go ahead, Member Comer, Member Sugarman.
I was actually going to give a suggestion that maybe we can do this thing where if we have like respondents in the room, at the start of the meeting, we can ask them which cases they're here for, because usually meetings do extend into the night. I would say prioritizing the respondents who are here in person will be better because they're sitting here waiting for their turn. So I think ideally we should hear cases based on who's here.
Member Sherman?
I agree with that. I also think that a lot of people show up at 4 p.m. not knowing that we're not going to hear the cases for an hour.
Yeah.
And I think that it's reasonable as an order of business to just literally at the top ask them who's here for what and when, if even just to give them a reasonable estimate to when their case might be called.
I think that's a good point, that at least at the beginning we can remind people who, that we're not going to be hearing, even though it's on the agenda. We put it literally on all the notices that go out. It really is all over the place, but some people still obviously miss it. I think making that announcement at the beginning is a good idea, just to remind people. I'd be hesitant to try to give people an exact time, because you never know if a case goes super fast or drags out longer than you. I don't want someone to miss their opportunity because we gave them a bad time. And then,
But we give, I mean, I think that we could still give I think that there's a little bit of wiggle room there. Like give them like make sure that they're still sitting in their seat long before, like some time estimate. But like, if for some reason we know they're there and we give them a time estimate, and then for some reason they're 10 minutes late to getting back from getting a sandwich or something, then we can just be like, well, we'll hear this case first. Like, we know the parties are there. They came, they're present. So it just feels like it might be better than them sitting for 2 hours.
Member Highland here. I know in the past we used to, will not be heard before we have that on the agenda.
Right.
Are we still using that? I don't
We
think.
do, yeah. It goes out in all the notices. I mean, yes. For people who are showing up before, waiting for complaints, they missed it multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
No disrespect to anyone, but we have 2 more items, and this is probably discussion's better spent in item number 16.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Thank you for the reminder. Let's hold anything regarding that topic, because it's not agendized necessarily. Let's go 14, 15. We can have if we want to talk about agendizing that in item number 16, we can do that. So let's go on to item number 14.
Item 14, hearing on the creation of a Sunshine Ordinance Task Force mailing list for local media. Follow up on the status of a local media mailing list pursuant to Administrative Code Section 67.6 sub F. How the task force can help build out that list and additional purposes that list might serve.
Okay, Vice Chair Stein noticed that we had, I think when you're going through your annual report, noticed that we had made a request some time ago. So we put this back onto our agenda. This was some case that we had made a request to our administrator to make sure that this was getting done. So I'm going to kind of turn it over to Administrator Peterson to discuss how she and the clerk's office works under Admin Code 67.6 F, which requires some type of distribution list to local media. So I'll turn it over to you.
In the office of the clerk of the board for meetings held both at the Board of Supervisors and the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, there's a combined spreadsheet for members of the local media who have requested notification of special meetings. That spreadsheet covers both types of meetings, and it's maintained by both of us and followed whenever there's a special meeting.
And this has been done for how long?
I do not know how long it's been done.
Yes. So do people have to opt in to be added, or are you seeking lists of people to invite to sign up, or are you looking for updated information for people for whom emails are bouncing? Like, what are we trying to do right now?
These are individuals who have contacted the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and asked to be added to the list.
Okay, so they have to proactively do it, and they have to send an email, or is there a place where it says, if you want to be added to this list, fill in your information here and do the CAPTCHA so we don't get bots?
I do not know how the information is submitted.
So, should I?
Microphone.
Member Sugarman, then Vice Chair Stein, then Member Wolf.
Same thing I was. Well, my memory is fuzzy, but from what I remember, we were going to create a list literally of certain media members, like a broad list, obviously not like a selective one. And then we were going to send an opt-in email, like, we're making this, are you interested? Or do you know people who might be interested? Not like something we would automatically sign them up to, but that's sort of what I remember we discussed at some point.
Vice Chair Stein?
Yes,
Microphone.
there were 2 things going on here. One is that I was looking at last year's cases in my data sheet, and I realized there was that case. Member Wolf, you probably remember, I can't remember who the petitioner was, but it was a complaint against Member Wolf about sort of claiming somebody who they were having a dispute over whether that person represented local media. That person wanted to be on the list that was informed of special meetings, and we were told at the time, I think by our current administrator, there's no such list. Turns out there is a list, but it's housed with the clerk's office. And it wasn't like a list that our administrator had kept. So we had in our notes that we wanted to do follow up on, was there, do we need to create this list, right? To inform people about special meetings, but as it turns out, it already exists. And I can't remember who the name of that petitioner was, but it was someone we've seen before, and But then we were separately discussing in the complaints committee, things that we could be doing that would, I think, be part of outreach and education around some of our work. And one of the ideas that came up was, if we had a list of local media, there might be times when we wanted to just send out a brief blurb about like a decision that we had made that we thought might be of particular interest to the media. And so that's the context in which we put this on the agenda, thinking maybe, and we had asked, Ms. Peterson to maybe talk to the clerk's office about whether we could maintain such a list on our own and send out notices on our own, or whether that was something that would have to go through the clerk's office. And of course, we would also have to decide whether that was even something we wanted to do. And just our thinking was that sometimes we have cases that seem really important to us that media might want to follow up on, and we really have no way to communicate that if they don't happen to be looking at what we're doing. So that's what we were talking about.
Member Wolf, I think you were next.
Yeah, I actually was going to reiterate that exact situation, and yes, it's written plainly that that local media have to request written notice, and it's actually referred to in Government Code 54956, which governs a local agencies, which we are, local agencies, city and county, San Francisco.
Right. But that's not really what I brought that up because I realized like we had never followed back on that, and then following up on that, we discovered in our case, we were basically told there was no list, but actually there is a list. So correcting that misinformation, and then, whether we want to think about having a separate list for media that might want to be informed from time to time, not of meetings that are about to occur, but of things that have happened, decisions that have been made with regard to complaints submitted to the task force.
Member Hood, the member Schmidt.
Yeah, so having a lot of experience creating such lists for various purposes over many years, I'm thinking of a couple of things. First of all, it's great that there is some sort of list that exists that we can blast out about special meetings, but my concern is there are some people who may be interested in the Board of Supervisors who aren't particularly interested in the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and then vice versa. There are people who maybe want to get all of our notices and don't necessarily want to get those. I see value in creating two lists, but I also see difficulties in creating two lists, because then we might lose some people who do want to know. I guess the question is, do you want the special meetings list to be maintained as it is and then have a separate list for promotional purposes? About do you want to know more about the work of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and are we allowed to send things out like that?
Right, that's the question. I think we would have to decide, is this something we would want to do? I feel like probably a separate list would be better for people who are actually specifically interested in what we are doing. And then we would have to figure out, is this something that we can just, through our administrator, send out a blurb, here's a decision that was made, please see case number, blah, 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 if you're interested to know more about it,
Why would we not be able to?
Because some of the administrative stuff that we do, the clerk's office has kind of the authority over it. And for some things that we've wanted to do in the past, we've been told we have to go through the clerk's office to do it.
I mean, we could go rogue and do things on our own, but I'm not suggesting that.
Sorry, just a technical question. What would be the clerk's office's hold up with that specific request if we wanted to send something out?
Well, at times they've wanted to communication that we've sent out to, say, for instance, the Board of Supervisors.
Anything that gets sent out over SOTF at sfgov.org needs to be approved by the clerk's office management.
Seems like it's worth a shot.
Mr. Chair, just want to notate that this local media requesting notice appears twice in 67.6. It's in paragraph D and F.
Okay, Member Schmidt.
Okay, Member Stein mentioned that there's two things going on here. And I really don't know if the notice that exists within the clerk's office where they notify the media about special meetings, I don't think that's really of that interest to us. That's kind of, to me, like a separate deal. What I think the reason that came up is it sounds very similar to what we're talking about creating. And I'm not sure if I don't know if this is necessarily ready for prime time, but in our committee, we're talking for like every meeting, we're sort of having an ongoing conversation. And the idea that came up is a little more of a general unfocused idea that we have all these members of the media on this task force. How can we take advantage of that to have a sort of a relationship that's maybe different than what we have right now with the media? One, and then, that's sort of like this amorphous idea. And then we're trying to think of practical ways that can be facilitated. So we came up with, well, let's have a list. Let's have a contact list. And then, then we start talking about, well, would we have to run that through the clerk's office? Because they like to approve everything. Maybe not. I don't know. But then we found out that they actually have a list, but that's a list that does something completely different from what we're interested in.
Oh,
But what we are not really ready for yet is, I think that we're trying to come up with ideas in the committee about how can we have a better connection, a better relationship, whereby we're not so isolated and we're more sort of as a task force with members of the media who know how these things work. How can we have a more integration, I guess, with the media? And so that's something I think, we're going to need different people on this task force to think about. Whatever our relationship is right now, I think the idea is how can we figure out constructive ways to make it better? What can we functionally do, and how can we rethink what it is that we want to do going forward? Because the ordinance was written 25 years ago, and frankly, media has changed. With media changes, technology changes, everything looks different now. And I'm not sure if we were necessarily taking advantage the way we could. That's sort of like, I think, there's the one thing, but this is this other thing that's in our committee. Yeah.
I just have a small comment because I remember the conversation now, and I thought personally that the email list was the simplest idea that we could immediately just put on there and potentially do, again, as an opt-in idea versus other things that we had discussed. It's the email list was the most straightforward. So that's it.
Let me just ask real fast, because I think we might be overestimating its usefulness. How many people are on the media list? Isn't it like 3 people?
Well,
But that's the point though, is that.
Right, we need to build something up. I don't think what we have is currently much of anything. We're not going to get the message out using what we have. So
But
if we're going to build a list, it's going to have to.
Yeah, we would find or discuss names of all relevant parties and again, send them an opt-in email, like saying, do you want to be part of this?
Pat, do you know how many we have?
There are three. And the lists are separate for the Board of Supervisors and the Sunshine.
Oh, so they're separate lists. So we have a list of 3 people that is being maintained.
They are separate lists. They are kept in a file for media notices.
Okay.
You have 3 people.
I have a thought beyond this. First of all, I know we're calling it the media list, but I think if we promoted something and said, anybody who's interested, this is for media, this is for members of the public. And in fact, we did get an email from someone, and this wasn't included in the packet, who's like, and we should not be deciding who is media and who's not media, because as you know, others have said, the boundaries have changed, and there are people who are doing journalism that some people might not call journalists. And I think we want to, I mean, part of what we're doing is protecting access to information. Let's give people access to whatever information they want. And I agree with what Member Stein and Member Sugarman have said, like, let's think about what we could do and we can be proactive about this. And, you know, I think, you know, between all of us, we've got access to lists of thousands of people who we could write to and say, you know, are you interested in being on this list? Sign up here. Or heck, just put it out on social media. You know, we can give it to SPJ and it will promulgate from there. There's also a, you know, group, another local media working group that's interacting with the city in lots of other ways. I'm sure that all of those people would be interested in being included in this list. I think there would be a lot of opting in. It's just about where is it going to be maintained? And I know Administrator Peterson, this does create work for you, but I think there are easy ways. Well, there are easy ways of doing this with tools that are accessible to the general public. My question is there an easy way of doing this with tools that the city, you know, approves of and uses?
So I was going to say, so actually the Ethics Commission has exactly such a list.
Mhm.
If you Google San Francisco Ethics Commission interested persons, what they call it, you can go on their website, click a button that says subscribe to receive updates from the Ethics Commission, and looks like it's an automated form, and it has the seal of San Francisco on it.
I believe you. Yeah.
And you type it in, and it looks like it's all kind of done, right? So it looks like they have the tools to do this. If we could, you know, borrow that technology and
I don't know if this is premature, but I would make a motion that we find out what tools ethics is using to maintain their list, request help setting that up for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and go from there.
It's fine.
And put it on our website.
Pat, do you have concerns?
It's just a sign up little web form. If you'd like updates, please put your email address in here and click submit. That's it.
Yeah, and I was going to say, we sort of kicked around ideas about how it would be used, and I think you probably rightly broadened out, like, that we haven't really got through all dimensions of it, but when we were thinking, like, what would be like sort of low hanging fruit around this, and we're like, you know, just a notice that certain cases were decided here or there that we think might be of public interest. But so I think of it as something like occasional updates or occasional alerts, very brief, you know, something that one of us could like put together and then send through the administrator. Not, you know, we don't want to create like a newsletter and all this extra work, but we just thought it might be useful. Like, that's one way we could use it, but there may be other ways too.
I actually thought about it in terms of press releases too, like an actual media list. But also I remember when it came up and we were discussing it, that this sounded like the better idea, because doing something like a social media account means someone has to be assigned to maintain it. Whereas like an email list is literally when we determine we want to be sending things to people.
Yeah.
And it has a better viewership rate.
Yeah. And that might be a better way to get the information we do on our annual report out. And say our update at the end of the year will be the annual report for, you know, maybe committee meetings, a list of what the agenda is. This is the agenda. Did you know? You know, come on down.
So I think Member LaHood has a motion on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Do we have a-
So we need to,
So I like the motion so long as everyone else is like, I mean, I want to second it, but like, is there something else we should do first, or an inclusive, or is it, we're literally going to look for the ethics
Right. Or and I don't know if Member Wolf was saying like, this is so easy, we don't even need to do that. And Member Wolf, the only reason I was suggesting that we just copy what they do is because obviously this is city approved.
Yep.
My only concern to your point is that I think the one thing we might want to do first is make sure that we have the clerk's office management's okay on this. So maybe we make a motion first to say, is there something we can do that the clerk's office will support?
Or modify the wording and say pending clerk's office
Pending
approval.
clerk's office approval or something.
I love it. Pending clerk's office.
Then Pat can go to Angela and say,
I
hey,
have,
this is
I have
what
a
I wanna
quick
do.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So first question is if the clerk has their own list, how do they collect it, the information?
The three
They
people.
already have a place on our website to be able to do that. And if so, could they just, copy and paste it into our webpage?
I don't know, Victor, if you're on, if you know anything about how the full board list is or how many people might be on it?
Or just how they sign up for
Or how people sign up to be on it? Any news you have on?
I'm not too familiar with the collection methodology regarding that list. The one caution I have regarding this that I mentioned at committee is I do not want to create an obligation to the task force that if we forget to send an email out or send something to this list that we're being held liable for not informing parties of something that's happening.
But we do have an obligation if they request it.
That is that's the list maintained by the Board of Supervisors for special meeting that's required by the code.
Yeah,
But
the
if we're
60
going to create our own list with other items in it, we're creating a new obligation for the task force.
I think that's a completely legitimate concern because people might sign up for this list and then, as Member Anderson was saying, like, oh, we have a meeting, come on down sort of thing. People might start to rely on that list or think they were relying on it for essential meeting information. So I think that like it needs to be made, I think it's still perfectly fine to pursue personally, I think it is, so long as it's made clear at the outset during the opt-in process and also honestly on every email sent. This is not the main list. If you want like the main notification, go to this part of the website, go here. If you want to know about meetings, it's not on this email.
Well, but the ordinance specifies any policy body. So for us to
Body what?
any policy body, including advisory bodies, they must send out these notices for any local media who is requested.
Right, but that's done through the clerk's office and they will continue to do it through the clerk's office. Is what we're saying. This is a separate thing. This is not to notice people of upcoming special meetings. This is for another purpose.
Oh, other purpose. Okay.
And maybe that's like an important distinction that we legitimately exclude notices that are under obligation by the clerk's office.
That makes sense. We'll just do updates.
So where are we at? Do we have a motion?
Member Lopez, could I get a clarification on the
Yes.
motion? I have that pending approval of the clerk of the board, the task force researched the platform utilized by the Ethics Commission for
allowing members of the media and members of the public to sign up to receive email updates. Informational updates.
Do we have a second for that?
And actually, I think the way I just said that, I said to investigate, but then, and possibly adopt a similar system.
I'll second it.
Pending approval of the clerk's office.
I'll second it with the addition of language, informational updates that are non-obligatory by the clerk's office.
Not required
Yeah.
by the Sunshine Ordinance.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think this has to not be a means of giving notice to anything.
Right.
That's, I think, one way to think about that is this is a completely different thing from the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance requirements of notification for upcoming meetings, et cetera.
And we put that in bold letters,
Yeah.
although people don't read it anyway, but we put it up there for them to read, and it's available.
How many people should have before? Your point.
Is there a second?
I second.
Member Sugarman.
Would you mind reading it back one more time?
Moved by Member LaHood, seconded by Member Sugarman, that pending approval of the clerk of the board, the task force investigate and possibly adopt a platform utilized by the Ethics Commission for allowing members of the media and the public to sign up to receive informational updates that are not required by the Sunshine Ordinance.
Do we need to say investigate and possibly implement, or is just what we're doing now is investigating and then we'll have some other motion to implement it? Is that, because right now it reads that pending the clerk's approval, we're going to investigate the system. Is that what we're doing?
That still kind of seems fair.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
It could be whatever you want it to be. We'll see your take.
Like, I understand what you mean. Like, it's not moving the ball very far, but like, you still have to ask their permission and then you have to actually get the information. So
Yes, as it stands? Okay.
Okay, public comment?
yeah.
Members of the online community, if you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no hands raised and we have no one in the room.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 14. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. One absent. 9 ayes.
Okay, item 15.
Item 15, hearing on Sunshine Ordinance amendments, discussion regarding potential amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance and the related work of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
I'm keeping this on from every meeting, but I'm not sure that you guys.
We haven't met since our last meeting, although the one tiny update that we did have a public records request that I think helped Administrator Peterson and I think about restructuring what we will put in the attachments for this item, which was a little bit of work, but I think ended up being actually helpful because we realized that there were some things that weren't being included on an ongoing basis that we will now include that I think will be useful.
Okay, so I think probably next time.
Yes.
We'll have more to talk about.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Anyone else have anything for this one?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah. Chair LaHood, I'd like to just notate items that we should bring up. I'm still on this thing about uninformed representatives of respondents and respondents that don't show, don't appear, they don't show up. I'd like to propose that the task force obtain subpoena power in the same way that the board of supervisors has subpoena power to compel people to appear. And that be considered as an amendment. The second one is, I noticed something, and I don't remember if we reviewed it deeply or not, but in relation to passive meeting bodies, in 67.6 E, it looks like a typo. It says meetings of passive meeting bodies is specified in section 67.6 D4. There is no 67.6 D4, and I can't find anywhere else that seems logical. So I just wanted to make a notation of that. And also just that particular paragraph could possibly also be moved into the passive meetings section.
Member Wolf, are you keeping track of these to bring up at our next meeting? Okay, great. Thank you.
I just wanted to mention that publicly. Okay, that's it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? We'll take public comment on that then.
Anyone wishing to make public comment in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no hands raised. We have no one in the room.
Okay, we can go ahead. No action taken on that item. It was discussion only anyways. We can move on to item number 16.
Item 16, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
I have 3 items.
Start with you, Member Wolf. Go ahead.
So first is just a suggestion. So general parliamentary practice holds that the chair is to break a tie vote when there's an odd number of members. So I'd suggest that the chair not make motions, but entertain others to make primary motions to allow such a process by stating something like, I would like to entertain a motion for this or that, and allow somebody else to pick it up and make the motion. They could say something like so moved or something like that. But I think it's prudent that the chair be the last person to vote every time. Second item is out. Is any questions, comments about that? Okay. Second item is, so has it been determined that the streamlining task force has jurisdiction over our task force?
To what extent? I mean, I believe that they want
to make changes to it.
I believe any proposed changes they want to make to us would have to go on the ballot.
Okay.
I don't believe that because it said anything that was created by an initiative ordinance, which we are, for those changes to take effect would then also have to go on as an initiative ordinance. So they can, I believe, propose changes, and correct if I'm wrong, but I believe when we discussed this last time, any proposed changes they have would then have to go on the ballot to be for final approval by the voters.
Okay, right. Okay, so because the ordinance also under 6730D says only the Board of Supervisors can like confer an expansion of power kind of thing, you know, that kind of thing. And so I would expect that not only expansion power, but also diminishing of power is included in that. Also, did we pass a rule for Sunshine Task Force members who want to bring complaints to the task force?
Ooh.
If so, I can't find any reference in our documents for it.
I think we've talked about it, but I don't think we ever wrote anything. I thought in concept we had discussed, and it was years ago.
Yeah.
They would have to essentially recuse themselves from the meeting in which it was heard.
Yeah.
I don't remember this at all, but this is kind of fascinating.
But it's a great question.
I here's my thing. I watch a lot of other commissions because for various other reasons, and I see violations left and right. But I'm not necessarily participating in those meetings. I'm just observing them. And if, you know, as being in this position, I'm in this position. I would like to find a way, a vehicle, a venue to be able to, you know, bring this to light, and we do have the ability that if it's in one of the 6730 at all sections, if we see something or determine something that, that it should be reported. So,
So remember, Wolf, so actually that reminds me, we did have that happen. I brought something and we had this discussion because they were doing the migration of the old, was it sfgov.org to the new sf.gov website. And in the process, I think it was the Elections Commission, half their meeting minutes disappeared. It was only like the last couple months were findable and the rest of them in the archive disappeared. And so we talked about it and I think we just like sent a letter that said, hey, we noticed that, you're no longer in compliance with having meeting minutes online. So I suppose that's something we could do is we could, send a report, like you said, some type of finding under 6730, or we could do something more formal where a member presents.
I'd just like to know if we have a way for any of us who observe that and not participating, because if we're participating and we notice that there's a violation, then most likely we should be bringing a complaint as an individual and not as a task force member. But I'm just saying, if you're observing and you start seeing like violation after violation or a pattern happening with a particular commission or meeting body, I think that's something, not quite being watchdog, but watchdog-ish in a way.
The see something, say something type of idea.
Yeah. And I know people ask me all the time, they're like, can't you just get up there and tell them that they're wrong?
So member, maybe you have some thoughts?
Okay, so first of all, I used to think that's what the Sunshine Force was. Like, before I came here, I didn't think it was complaints. I thought it was like, well, it's an oversight body to make sure that people were complying with public records, like laws and releasing documents they were supposed to. I would think that because you're not bringing a complaint, that it's something that we should be able to do, like as part of, like just generally, or as part of education and outreach, like send a note. It's like, hey, by the way, we've noticed this. And I guess even though it's not applicable, I kind of had the same moment where I was like, ding, that's really interesting, where it's like, what if you did have a complaint to bring? Like, what would that do? But I also don't think that's really applicable, because if you're just observing someone else doing something that you think is wrong, then it's not, you're not a party to that, right? So that's it.
Right. Yeah. Folks would prefer us to be ambulance chasers. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because I'm beginning to see it more and more. And very frustrated members of the public, they're seeing inconsistencies. I experienced a serious inconsistency at a planning commission meeting, and I did make a comment to them about it, but as being a Sunshine official, just to remind them that you did this in one item, and then you did the complete opposite in the another item, and it's just completely inconsistent with regards to providing public comment.
I'm wondering if, I love that Member Wolf brought this up, but we might be getting to the point where we need to agendize this if we want to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe, I don't know if we wanted to have it, either EOT maybe take it up or complaints take it up. It could kind of either or. It probably wouldn't hurt to have some type of even rough outline of a procedure, but you're right. I think going into the details now might be a bit much for this agenda item.
I think that it'd be good for EOT to do it first
Mhm.
and then put it on the main.
Yeah. So, Member Highland, maybe this is something EOT could consider.
Potentially.
I can provide some examples. Yeah, and like what evidence would need to be brought, kind of thing. Like the fact that we have video, it makes it easier.
I just think it's interesting too that you bring up before that the streamlining process, because it's like, I don't know how much you want to involve them, but it's like you could literally create a report saying this is what we've seen happening in other commissions, especially if you did make a comment and those commissions aren't listening. They're just doing things that you think are out of turn.
Yeah, I would prefer not to engage them.
Yeah, I understand.
I would prefer to, refer them to, it's more of an ethics issue, and more of an, our oversight in that kind of way. But anyway, it's a thought. Just want to throw it out there. Thank you.
Okay, Member Kumar.
I just wanted to continue the discussion that was tabled earlier about the folks who attend the meeting in person. I just wanted to give a suggestion that at 5 p.m. when we start reading, we start discussing the cases, how about we do like a roll call? We check in who all are here and whether the respondents, if they're joining virtually, they're present. And then we can sort of give everyone a fair idea of when their case will be heard so that we know that the respondent, especially someone who's there virtually, will be there potentially at that time, or at least to expect that a ballpark that, oh, we are starting at 5, expect to hear something by 7, so that if they're here, they want to take a break, grab something to eat, they can do that and come back.
We could try it. Like I said, my concern is just giving anyone, being 10 minutes off is fine. We could always wait 10 minutes if someone's come back from the restroom or something. But we, for instance, blew through 11 and 12 real fast. Let's just say, for instance, hypothetically speaking, if we had started and Mr. Sanders was here, like he was when we started, right? I probably wouldn't have thought that we would have gotten to number 13 until, maybe right around this time, 9 o'clock, right? Thinking that that's kind of what it would be. And if we told Mr. Balog, though, hey, don't worry about being here until around maybe 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock at the earliest, and suddenly, boom, now it's 7 o'clock. We just missed 2 cases. Then what do we do, right? Then we're either in recess because we told them we weren't going to hear it till 8 or so. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying there's a balance. I'm not sure the best way to handle it. We could certainly try. I don't know, Member Sherman, did you have thoughts too? See your hand up.
Yeah, I think that if it were me and I was sitting in this meeting and my case wasn't called for 3 hours, that I would be, it's not really a matter of frustration, it's also a matter of attention. And if you tell somebody that that we think that we're going to hear your case at such and such time, and then maybe they check in with the clerk and they give a contact just in case something comes up sooner. I think that this isn't about going out and being far away from City Hall, but maybe just even being somewhere downstairs where they could address other matters, just be somewhere else and having to sit and wait patiently and quietly with other matters that aren't concerning to them. So it's more like just being able to, and I also want to add that I think that since I completely acknowledge and recognize and agree with your concern, but given that we've seen this happen with parties enough times that it's worth trying first and then seeing them egregiously it become a problem later on.
We can give it a go.
I have a thought. Maybe we can get those restaurant buzzers.
I was literally thinking that. I was thinking
terrific.
about that.
That would be, yeah.
The other thing is a little to just be a little serious about it. We might want to limit how much time we're spending on each case. If you give it an hour and we're not resolved in an hour, then it should be continued. So obviously we're not making any ground.
Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, I think I've probably said it before in this meeting, and I think I also sent it to you when you were asking for ideas about, things we could focus on. I really think it could be beneficial to have time limits on all of these cases. I feel like it would help focus our discussion. I feel like we can decide most cases within, 30 minutes or 45 minutes if we're focused and we're not, we come in with our own questions and we have some kind of time pressure on us. And if we did have, in time or a slot for each case, then we could also be very specific with people and say, you're 6:30, you're 7, you're 7:30, or however long the increment is. And I realize sometimes, yes, it might be shorter, but I feel like the overall experience would be far less frustrating for everyone who comes to these meetings, because almost everyone who comes has to wait quite a long time.
I will say that the thing that would help facilitate that is if we were able to get our legal executive memos back. Because some of these complaints can get very complex, and those memos were very helpful. And they also included some research on case law that we may not know about.
Member Kumar?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I know this is me being way too considerate, but then I also, these meetings go on for very long and it's dinner time and a lot, like, for example, if I was from like say the Treasure Island Department and I came here for the first time, I don't know how these meetings are and I'm sitting here till like 10 in the night. I don't know when my case is going to come up. So it's going to put me in a spot with my family, dinner and everything. I know I'm being too considerate, but it might just be a good idea to let people know so that they can plan everything.
Right. I mean, it's going to take everyone's effort. For instance, when we were hearing item number 13, and I was watching the clock, we were at about an hour and 20 minutes on that. And we didn't have public commenters going back and forth. That was an hour and 20 minutes because we all collectively chose to make it an hour and 20 minutes. Some people gave, members and maybe most of us, gave multiple rounds of questions and multiple rounds of deliberations. And if that's going to happen, they're going to go to for an hour and 20. So the only way we can actually get them to a more structured spot is we're all going to have to police ourselves and be okay with maybe just asking one or two questions or one or two rounds of deliberations and cut ourselves off. Because it puts me or anyone in an awkward position to either say, you're not talking anymore, you've hit your limit, or so I don't want to be disrespectful to any of you and stop your comment. But at the same time, the only way we're going to get it from an hour and 20 minutes to, let's say, 45 minutes is if we just all stop talking that much. It wasn't the public, it was us. So I don't know to what extent we all need to work on that. And it needs to be everyone, because if there's one or two members who still want to keep going on and on with questioning, it's not going to solve the problem. So that's my thought.
I know that this issue has come up before, and you have discussed or suggested similar remedies before. Ultimately, I think that in order to get it down to a specific time limit, that there has to be a harder line rule, if there's one that's possible to be created, where you hit 45 minutes or an hour and you decide literally then that the matter has to be continued no matter what. Like, it literally, you make that point and it's just like, well, we've hit this mark, we can't continue now because it's now no longer like feasible to have a time managed meeting.
Member Anderson?
I think one way we could do it is if we all, it's a discipline thing for us, but we can't, I think we have to stop trying to do the hypothetical and just stick to what the person asked for. So and it's easy to go off on the hypothetical, and Chair Yankee, you may have to yank us back to the actual, and we stick with the actual. And I think that would probably knock down the time a lot.
Sorry, I mean, I really do want like the time to be like limited. So I'm not meaning to like play devil's advocate, but a lot of times I like the hypothetical only in the sense that like, I'm only looking at what's in front of it. And then someone will toss out like, well, like so many people on this board are like, well, let's try and get you what you want. How do we work this? And I find that a lot of times it's very superfluous, but like sometimes you find out exactly like it's less about like holding the agency to a violation and more like, well, can you please help this person get what they want? And it's more in that sense hypothetical to me.
Member Kumar?
I also want to say there have been instances when we have done like multiple rounds of questionings and things have come up, that's shocked us or like led us in a different direction. So I honestly feel if we restrict ourselves, we won't be able to. I like the way we go about things right now, like going through every case with a tooth comb, like exhausting all options before we go ahead. I honestly think the ballpark, just when the meeting starts, we can just ask who all are here, which cases are those. At 5 p.m. we can just ask, and then We can just check if the respondents are there and we let them know that this meeting goes on for a while. So be mentally prepared. You might have to stay for 4 hours.
I mean,
5 hours.
that's a good, easy place to start.
Yeah.
We can just say, who's here? We have 6 complaints. We'll do our best to get through each one in, 45 minutes to an hour. So be prepared, you're number 5 on the list. At least that, like you said, sometimes knowing when you're sitting there waiting for a train, it helps to know how many minutes
Yeah.
it comes, even if it doesn't really change how long it takes, just knowing it sometimes makes people more patient.
And if they step out, if they leave, they can leave a number with
Yeah.
that. Like we can call them back.
Yeah. I want to address the other idea, like if we put a time limit, like let's say 45 minutes on a complaint, right? The other problem I could see is, let's say we hit that and someone's been here, they waited, they get their case called at 8 o'clock. We hear it till 8:45, we hit our limit, we say, you know what, we can't come up with a decision. We're going to drag you back here next month. They're going to get really mad and say, look, you're going to continue this and bring us back, for round 2 next month. Why can't you just take 10 more minutes and figure this out now? So, I mean, there's that balancing act. That's the other.
I don't think.
Because we're missing discipline. Like I completely agree with you, but like otherwise it's always going to be that way where it's just like we have these cases that go on forever and these items, like it's the same thing. We should limit our items to 45 minutes of discussion too. Like everything should have until it's able to be more efficient in that way. I think that it's one of the big.
I just wouldn't want to ever have a situation where we're continuing an item because we talk too much and then dragging the person back for round 2 a different day because we hit our limit. I mean, I think some of the most disrespectful thing we could do to someone.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was gonna say, I would hope that having a time limit would help people self-discipline themselves to focus their questions and, not go off down, rabbit holes or tangents or whatever, but maybe it wouldn't, in which case we would have that. But I feel like it's also it's such a big burden on people to ask them to come and spend 5 hours waiting to hear their case. It almost seems like less of a burden for them to know if I come at 6, it's 45 minutes and it didn't get finished. I mean, I don't even know that I would propose that we would allow it to not get finished in that 45 minutes, but it didn't get finished. I have to come back next week. That's still less time on their part than waiting for 5 hours, 2 45-minute slots.
I'd like to ask the lawyers in the room what the experience is like at court when it comes to long dockets.
You just got some smiles.
Well, I learned 35 years ago that you just got to suck it up. That's my experience. I mean, the courts do try, the judges do try to different techniques to put you in shifts. You'll see that a court calendar can show up at 9 o'clock and be there all day, or they can say, be there. We're going to do you at 9, another group at 11, another group at 1, another group at 3. So that's one way to do it, is you just put people in groupings somehow. But otherwise, it's really difficult challenge that sometimes you just get stuck in court for 7 hours waiting for your damn case. Unfortunately, that's often the client paying you a lot of money to do it.
I was going to say there's an hourly attached to that.
Yeah.
And just the other thing is, we may set ourselves a time of 45 minutes per case, but it's our aspiration. We want to get to 45 minutes a case. So at least we have something to shoot for. But then if it goes longer, it goes longer. But if every case goes longer, then we can really start looking at, well, why is it that a case where they said, yes, I'm at fault, went on for an hour and a half, and the case where there were multiple items that were brought up went on for an hour and a half? They shouldn't use up the same amount of time. And so that is one way where we can find out where we can cut areas where we can cut back.
I'm sure we'll come around.
I just have just a pitch for a guardrail instead of a hard line stopping at 45 minutes or an hour. 45 minutes triggers, and then in order to continue hearing the case, we vote on that.
That could work too.
Vote on a motion?
Vote on it. Yeah, it's an automatically triggered one that says you have to have a majority of us to say we should be continuing to hear this case.
You could have a motion to continue, and if it fails, you keep talking. If
Yeah.
it passes, then it's continued. Do that.
I think there are some city councils that do just that. They have a hard stop, like the meeting has to stop at, 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock because that was happening. And the only way they can go later is if a majority of the council determines they can continue the meeting on, otherwise it stops. So we could do something similar.
I wanted to know if we plan to do this for the committees as well, because I feel really bad for the folks who regularly attend the committee meetings and then the task force as well. It seems like jury duty for them, just sitting for hours. So it'll be great if we can implement the same rule for the committees.
I think it depends on the committee. We don't have that issue in complaints, I don't think.
Yeah, see, for instance, tonight, that group here from Treasure Island, they had come to EOT and waited only to be sent home without the meeting ever happening. And then here they come here and they thought they're going to get heard, and then we bumped them till later in the meeting, and so they got bumped multiple times and showed up in person. Now, that being said, we're also very gracious in offering remote, call-in for everyone. No one has to come in. We don't require anyone to actually come in our meeting room. It was a lot different, 6 years ago when literally every person didn't need to come in. Someone now could theoretically pop in a movie or watch Netflix and just keep us on in the background and check in every so often. It'd be really nice if we had a video of it, like on SFGov. You can see which item number we were on, in a real ideal world. But
yeah, every time we talk about this, I keep thinking about what Member Wolf said about the restaurant thing, but then also about the DMV, where like they do have which number is coming next, and I just get a general sense of how fast that's going and just leave until it's my turn.
Yeah, but you're still sitting there waiting. But they will text you. Give them your phone number.
And with audio also, I feel the challenge is if I say step away, I'm watching something on Netflix, say it's going great, Severance last episode, I don't know. I'm on a cliffhanger and my turn comes, I'm obviously not going to be listening. So then the case gets closed, and then by the time I log back in, I'm like, oh, my case just went away. It'd be nice too. I mean, I don't know if pinging on chat like sends a notification for the person. I think it depends on their settings on the computer, but maybe calling might help for those folks who are on the call but not responding.
Well, we definitely effort that, like Ms. Peterson does, for every time there's a party that's not present or responding.
Well, today we didn't have the phone number of the person.
So I don't know if we have an answer to the problem. We could try, I think, the low-hanging fruit of just saying who's here, and we have, this is the amount of case we have to get through today, and this is, a general expectation of when things will line up. But
are we allowed to make a motion in this section? It's not a rigid one. It's like I want to know, because it's kind of like the email list. I don't know if it's possible for us to like put in guardrails in terms of time limits. Like, I don't know if that's like, by policy, we're not allowed to. So it's more like I want to, maybe not this time either, but I do want to agendize that to make a motion to explore it, to see if it's like something that's even possible.
I mean, we can propose any future, do you need a motion for it? If you
Yeah,
want.
you don't make a motion, just say, we
Just
should
I want
discuss this at a
agenda
future
item.
meeting.
Yeah. I mean, just send it to me and I'll put it on as the agenda.
I would like that, specifically about time limits and how to potentially agendize them.
So if you want to email me exactly how you want the item to appear, I'll put it exactly on. If you want any attachments, just get them to me. I'll make sure they show up there.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, anything else for that one? Go ahead.
Oh, could you speak into the microphone? Sorry, thank you. Go.
For what it's worth, since Member Wolf asked, in my experience, in state court, you have to go on forever and you have to wait for a long time. Federal courts, you get a strict time limit. I've been to trials where the judge literally said you had 3 days to try your case. I'm not extending that. After 3 days, I'm cutting you off mid-sentence and you're done. I'm not sure that that's workable, and I think you all aired out the different pros and cons, but I think the proposal by Member Sugarman actually makes a lot of sense if you all agree to it, because then that allows for both having enough time to discuss, and if you want more time to discuss collectively, then you can vote for it, for what it's worth as an impartial observer.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any public comment on that item?
Members of the online community, if you'd like to make public comment on item 16, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no hands raised, no one in the room.
Okay, public comments closed. We can move on to the next item.
Item 17, adjournment.
So moved.
The meeting is adjourned at 9:33.
Rising vote.
Microphones are off, recordings are off.
Good night, everyone.